Hello, friends. Happy Sunday. Good morning. A little bit early today, but that's the schedule we're on. Turn off display capture. Fortunately, we got no more geo. No need for that. So, we're here. We recorded the bench last night. I think everyone's doing like prep for Race to World Verse stuff. So everyone was kind of busy this weekend. They figured it was a good time to do it then. And I was very tired, and then I just passed out. And I woke up, and now it's 3 a.m. and we're logged into World of Warcraft. Well, the one thing I'll say is about Geo, those finals were fucking sick. And also, I was briefly looking at the viewer numbers. I still think Geo deserves much more viewers, but the viewer numbers across YouTube and Twitch and all the watch parties were actually kind of good. And so I assume the event's going to be a success. And I'm fully expecting another World Cup circuit next year. I hope they do a better job marketing the like prize pool and stuff. The prize pool was just not big enough. And then it feels like at the last minute they were like, "Oh yeah, we should do this like selling skins to make the prize pool bigger." And they sort of did it, and they made like a little bit of money, but I feel like, I mean, the event was going on like for the whole year. It was a year-long circuit, so like I feel like after, Topodic won EU qualifiers, if they would have put like some Topodic swag on the store with like some Spain shit, I bet that would have popped off. Same with Gingy after NA. But oh well. I also like the very much grassrootsness of the event. If it got too popularized or whatever, I'm sure it would be worse. Yo, Bjornson, thank you for the 11-month resub. Almost said the 95-month resub. 10 in use, a reasonable time? Well, alright, nice. At least it's a reasonable time somewhere. A reasonable time somewhere. I'll be honest. I don't really have much of a to-do list today. I don't really have any plans or know anything, or I don't really know. I didn't really. Maybe we could like pug some M0s on some alts, or man, M0 gear is just so beans. Do I really have all the glyphs? I was gonna look to see. Oh, I bet I don't have rare scanner enabled on this guy. That's why. PvPing is better gear than M0. Yeah, but in order to get gear from PvP, you have to play PvP. That's the main downside. So, I don't know. I guess we just wait for Mythic Plus to come out. That should be a lot of fun, though. I wonder if, I don't know the whole split situation, but watching the race should be a lot of fun. I assume that, because of how many splits that are going on, like, I'd have to imagine Race to World, I don't know, I guess we can look, actually. Can I look at... Where's a good way to see, like, everybody's item level in Liquid? Can I go to, like, Raider.io? Let's see. Liquid. I wonder how they got the name Liquid on the guild name Liquid. Do you think they like bought it from somebody? Would I do a preservation tutorial on raid healing? Honestly, I'm not even really good at raid healing on Prez. I feel like I still need a lot more practice on that class. Look at the officers. It's just everybody's alts roster. Ooh, okay, eye level. Is this sorted by eye level? Alright. Surprisingly not that high. Let me look at their gear here. So here's THD's gear. Holy moly, this is a neck. Zing Daddy, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, so they're... Well, it's hard to tell their exact gear because they're holding out on crafting and... I assume, like, literally everything. But either way... I mean, it looks like the bulk of the guild is 605 to 610, probably, on, like, whatever their main is. And at that point, you, like, sort of outgear Bountiful Delves, right? You outgear, like, basically everything that you can get content, you can get gear from. It would be only, it would be only Heroic Raid, possibly Normal Raid for some upgrades, and then Mythic. Either way, my point is, Race to World First should be pretty fun to watch. Because one of the big problems with no Heroic Week is that they're still doing random stuff while Mythic is out, and it's kind of boring, but... Basically, with this situation, it's only Heroic Splits and Mythic Prog, probably. And a lot of the other stuff, even if they do like delves and stuff, that'll be on their own time. What is my raid main? It looks like I'm going to play Disc Priest. I'm alting a Prez Evoker, but, our Disc Priest disappeared off of our roster. So I'll probably be needing to play it. It looks like Disc Priest potentially avoided some nerfs, and I think Disc Priest is pretty damn good right now. I'm actually, I don't know. I was talking about this a little bit on the podcast. I feel like my streams after I do the podcast always just talk about the same things. But whatever. I fucking love Heroic Raid. Heroic Raid is so fun. It is like the absolute perfect, like, difficulty / like amount of time that you need to invest / like, I really, really, really like Heroic Raid. And I am always excited for Raid during Heroic Week. And then as soon as Mythic comes out, I'm like, oh man, this is so fun as we're like doing the early bosses. And then we get to hard bosses and it sucks. Remaining disc also, yeah. So the thing about Prez, I've never raided as Prez before, and I kind of started off learning a little bit about Prez, but I'm thinking I was playing the complete wrong build. I need to do some more research. I only really played Prez on day 1 of the raid in a split, but when looking at logs, it looked like a bunch of people were playing Flameshamer and doing other stuff, and I need to go back to the drawing board with my Evoker before raid to actually learn how to play. Yo, Noada, thank you for the 15 months. Or Mimup. Sorry, my usernames are not updated. Yeah, I played Chrono Warden for my first day of raid. What is the worst raid healer? I don't know. I feel like it doesn't really matter. Like, It was probably Druid before, but I mean, Druid brings Mark of the Wild, and you can still do fine as Druid, so... What am I meaning for M+? I wanted to start as Evoker, but my Priest will probably be significantly more geared than my Evoker. So, I don't know. I might give Priest a try. I think it's at least worth, like, I think it's probably less likely. Why am I even killing this? However. It's probably less likely that Priest is going to be good compared to Evoker, but playing poker because of me? No. Don't blame me on that. Raid frustrates me because you're always waiting for the slowest person in the group. Yeah. I think the way that you have to look at Raid in order to enjoy it is not think like this is the problem, right? This is the problem is if you're like to be an actual like good raider and contribute well, right? You can't really think about your own parse, right? Like you want to be thinking about like the best things for the guild and the best things for the success of the raid. But the problem is when you have that mindset, you get in that hole really quick of being frustrated about certain people. You know what I mean? Like you're basically just you're focused on trying to do the boss, and then you see other people not do the boss, and they're just like either being monkeys or like clearly not paying attention or like other stuff, and it gets very frustrating. Obviously, this goes away as you get into better and better guilds, but you know it's sort of the same. But I think if you really want to like enjoy raid and have a good time and not get frustrated like that, unfortunately, you just have to like be a parse monkey yourself. Like you just have to look at each fight and like mostly focus on your own performance and just trying to do really well and not care as much about killing the boss, if that makes sense. There's some middle ground, right? Like I'm not saying be a parse monkey completely. Like you still want to not feed and raid, but you know, you have to be like after a fight goes wrong, you have to think like, okay, how can I do a little bit better this time? Even if it wasn't your fault or anything went wrong, like you just constantly have to like have joy in improving that side of things. Which I'm not saying like that's definitely easier said than done, but I think that's the mindset. That's why I think certain people really like raid and then people like me don't, is I'm sort of thinking about just like how do I succeed? And how do we get done with the boss? But then you sort of end up getting frustrated, but... Well, and also, to be fair, like... I remember looking at, like, first blood death counts. Of, like, you know, who's feeding really hard on bosses. While I was progging through Humble over the last, like, you know, whatever years. And I feel like, especially early on, for the most part, it was, like, almost never me. Like, I was nowhere near the top. But the thing is, like, overall, you're one person of 20 people in the raid, right? So, like, let's say there's 8 bosses in a raid. And you only really, like, massively feed on one boss every 2 tiers or 3 tiers or whatever. That's still, like, kind of par for the course, right? Like, in a 20-man raid, all it has... Like, even if you're only wiping the raid once per night, if everybody wipes the raid once per night... then, you know, you're going to be wiping 20 times in a row to the same boss. Which is kind of wild if you think about it. It's, like, kind of a very high, annoying, standards of good play or whatever, but... basically what I'm saying is, you're not as good as you think you are, you know? And it might feel like, oh, everybody's always feeding. But the thing is, 19 out of 20 times, it will be someone else feeding and someone else's fault, right? Like, it's only going to be, like, if you're average with your guild, then 1 out of every 20 times it's going to be your fault. That's why they invented battle res. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not saying, like, every time you die it's your fault, but, you know, you get what I'm saying. Like, I'm just trying to mainly give advice to, like, try and make things more fun and... You have a little bit of less disdain for your teammates. Tuesday, bro. Tuesday is gonna be fucking Christmas. What a great week. What's such a fun week. I definitely am like sitting here kind of a little bored with not much going on, but no way. So all right. My idea there was jump off my mount and then go evoker and then glide and land on the wall and then soar and then get it. But now in my attempt to save like 2 seconds, I'm just falling and I can't move and I have no... But I promise I had something really smart cooked up there. Yo, Barely Gaming, thank you for the 2-month resub. I appreciate it. That I get vaults on everyone? That's a good point. Maybe I should try a little bit harder to get vaults and play around with alts. Because, I mean, that is the best way that I can gear alts or whatever. Have I not been enjoying Resto Shaman? I don't mind Resto Shaman. I actually had more fun playing Resto Shaman than I did Prez Evoker and Raid. Would I want to rate my Prez Evoker healing run? Like a video review? I might do some of that when Mythic Plus opens. Maybe I'll, I don't know. The problem is I've been really, not so productive outside of streams. I need to, like, organize a bit more stuff, but I will probably do something like that in the near future. Played Prez without stasis so far? Yeah. I'm actually, look, I know everyone's first response to somebody saying I played Prez without stasis is, what the hell, stasis is good, why aren't you taking that? But sometimes you just gotta take responsibility and be like, yo, I'm gonna play this class and I don't want this ability, or I'm just gonna play it like this. And I feel like that's actually good. Because let's say you start playing it, let's say you like want the super easy mode version of a class. First of all, like, it's up to you to determine what's easy about a class, right? Like, you can be like, oh, this spell is annoying, or I'm not making good use of this. And so then you get rid of it. And then also, if you do plan on like, oh, I'm going to really get good at this class, you can always just learn it later, right? Like, thinking about how I play Jangbi, very often when I learn Mage, both with Fire and Arcane, I, like, did very stupid things to simplify the rotation, and I would just ignore procs or, like, ignore certain steps. But in my brain, it made things so much easier to learn, and then eventually I just naturally, like, you know, figured it out after. And I feel like more people should do that. Like, that's sort of where... So I tell a lot of people that I think Resto Shaman is very easy. But part of the problem is Resto Shaman has like 17 different utility totems. And so if you're like sitting here trying to use every utility totem perfectly as a shaman, you're gonna be like, what the hell? Like, you just have all these keybinds and you're like losing your mind, and it probably feels terrible, especially coming from like Holy Priest or some other class that doesn't have very many keybinds. But if you just ignore all of those things and then just like spam healing surge and Riptide and then just worry about the totems later, you're gonna have a good time. What would I say the easiest healer would be for a new player? Right now, probably Shaman. I have a video about that on my YouTube channel if you want to hear like thoughts on all the different healers and what I think makes them like easier or harder. I go through like all the healers. It's like more or less up to date. I would have like a small addendum with like Prez and Disc Priest because they've gotten a lot better since then, so I would say they're not as bad as you might think from the video. Like, I was kind of hard on those two healers at the time, and maybe you might still have a bad time, but like I think if any healer really appeals to you, you should still give it a try. Like, I don't think Disc Priest is that bad for a new healer. I know it sounds like I'm saying it's the worst, but if you're just like Disc Priest makes sense to me, then I feel like it's not really that complicated. Especially if you played caster in the past. Just not healer. Am I gonna be playing and creating content as an Ardurid? Not very likely. Right now my priority list is like Disc Priest, Prez Evoker, Arsham are like the 3 healers I'd probably focus the most on. I've been really struggling with like alright, let me rephrase, because I've been saying I've been struggling with YouTube, but I don't think that's necessarily completely genuine. I think the truth is that I've just been having a ton of fun streaming, and streaming and playing the game has been awesome. And I've been doing it so much that anytime I'm not streaming, I just don't really, like, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to work 500 hours a month. Like, as soon as I'm done with WoW, with streaming, I just want to vibe and do other stuff. So, I don't think it's so much that I'm, like, not liking YouTube, but I've just been blasting streaming and having a really good time. We're very close. I have about a week's left, basically after Mythic Plus week. And, I'm sort of looking at my stream numbers from now compared to Dragonflight. We're basically, breaking every world record. I don't really see any signs of stopping, though. Open the adventure guide. Have a video or something about healer rankings? No, not really. I probably should have done something, but who knows? Maybe like today or tomorrow I'll just like record a bunch of stupid content and just I'll have my editor work on it. That's honestly what I should be doing, but Totemic or Farseer? You can play either. It just depends on your preference. I've been enjoying Totemic personally. I haven't really got a Farseer build that I liked. I feel like with Farseer, you can't get everything that you want. You either have to get rid of Chain Heal, or you have to get rid of, like, Downpour, or you have to get rid of, Earth Shield. And I don't really like removing any of those things for M+. Like, I think, realistically, someone like Laren is probably just gonna figure it out and be like, okay, these dungeons you don't need Earth Shield, like, these dungeons you don't need to press Chain Heal. But for most people, like, just having an all-in-one build that you just send on every dungeon, I feel like Totemic is probably more chill for that. Healer rankings by reset? Yeah. I might do that. I guess, so me and Dorky share an editor, and I was thinking about doing some, like, impromptu or whatever content, but I know Dorky's been working on some class guides and stuff like that, and so my editor's been putting a lot of time into Dorky's stuff, and so I don't really want to, like, my stream's been going well. I'm not in a rush to, like, do YouTube stuff right now. Not blaming Dorky or him, but, I kind of use that as an excuse in my brain to just press go live and hang out. Ugh. Guys, you guys definitely spoil me quite a bit. Does your guild log their raids? Honestly, I would not look at my Prez logs. I would just look at somebody else. I appreciate that you want to look at mine, but my logs should not be studied on Prez. Yo, Flock Epicoy, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. If guide doesn't start with Dorkin, I'm not watching. Any who I recommend? I mean, like, I don't know. I can show you. Like, this is just what I do. Like, in my opinion, if you want to be a good raid healer, like, everybody should get good at doing this. Like, you just open up Warcraft logs. You go to, like, a fight that's hard, that takes a lot of healing. Like, I think, Brood Twister is a good example. You go to healing. Personally, I like going US and EU. And then, like, right away, right, you can look. Here's Echo, Velo. Here's Nick. 2 different parses in the top 5. Maysteen, I assume this is... Wait. Does Maysteen play Prez? Anyway. Like, already here's 2 Echo logs and 2 Liquid logs in the top 10 that are better than anything you'll ever see from me. And, if you're... I don't know. I'm not really familiar with that many EU guilds, but... One thing that always helps me is looking at, like, not Liquid or Echo, only because it just feels a little bit more obtainable. You know, like, if you just look... Another thing you can look at, too, is, like, fight duration. So, for example, as a healer, a lot of times... Dude, this... Nick has the #1 parse is 599 item level. And he's... Dude, what the fuck is this? I don't even want to, like... Dude, what in the world is going on in this fight? In golf. Yeah, see, like, Flameshamer is just the juice right now. I mean, we can maybe just, since there's been a couple people asking about Prez stuff, and I need to do this anyway, we can kind of look here real quick. So, here, what I like to do is, first I'll click on the guy, I'll look at healing, and I'll just kind of see, like, generally what the breakdown is. So, a couple things I'm noticing here is he has a lot of reversion healing, which I feel like I wasn't really, like, worrying that much about reversion, but it makes me think he's echoing this more. I'm also noticing he has very little lifebind healing, and I was worrying a lot about lifebind, so I think, like, maybe he's just spamming all of his echoes with reversion and golden hour or something, right? So, like, this is kind of what I'm looking at, like, the main things he's using his abilities on. So then you can go to summary. I won't do this right now, but let's say I was raiding soon. I would go into here and I would just look exactly what his build is and copy it. Looks normal though. I mean, this looks basically like the same thing that I was running. So it looks like Flameshamer doesn't really change much. Interesting, he doesn't have this. Oh yeah, no, you don't play this node. Then you can look at stats, right? So the big thing that for stats that you want to look at is their enchants, because their gear, they might just be using gear because they got it, but with their enchants, they're picking, right? So seeing that he's using mastery enchants and he has a mastery gem means that you'd assume that he's prioritizing mastery. And then you can kind of look at his, like, jewelry, too. He has haste mastery, crit mastery. This is a really big crit ring. Crit mastery, so we assume mastery crit is probably right. That's why, and I don't really like looking at this, like, just their total stats. You can look at this and see, okay, crit mastery, but I specifically look at enchants and jewelry to see, like, sort of what they're trying to do rather than what they have. So an interesting thing to note about his healing is the tier set gives you a lot of synergy with reversion. So I might not be playing totally, like, I was talking about not using reversion a lot, but I also don't have 4-piece. So this might explain a little bit why I don't have so much reversion healing. So then what we want to look at is you want to go to timelines. So now that we get a general idea of how we want to set up our character and, like, where our healing is coming from, you want to go to timelines and then casts. And then you just kind of want to get, like, a general idea of what he's doing in the raid. So, for instance, here, he sends a TA, right? So we have Echo, TA, Echo, Echo, reversion. So right away, he's putting out, like, 8 reversions. So one thing that we want to be looking at is, like, what is he echoing? So we see there's a bunch of echoes on reversion. So here, and then also we get to see his stasis, right? So here we have Verdant Embrace, Stasis, Dream Breath, some DPS, 2 engulfs, right? So his stasis is Dream Breath, 2 engulfs. So notably, now I don't know anything about engulf, right? I'm just, like, learning for the first time. So he's not echoing engulf, right? That was kind of a question that I'd have, is, like, how do you even use this ability? So he's basically setting his Dream Breath and then engulfing off the Dream Breath. That's his stasis. So then right away, right, TA reversion. So he's sending out more reversions. Echo, Tip, Spirit Bloom sends his stasis. Again, you can see what's in the stasis here. Here's Echoes. So here's Verdant Embrace. Okay, so here's Lifebind. So he'll still do a Lifebind ramp. And if you don't know how to do this, you're essentially just putting out Echoes, TA, and then Emerald Communion. Very interesting for me looking at this is I would assume that you would want to put out like so many more Echoes. Like when I think of an Emerald Communion ramp, I think of like trying to get out like 20 plus Echoes and then using this, but he's like only putting out like 8 or 9, which is interesting to me. Dream Breath, DPS, Rewind. So here he presses Emerald Blossom, which is interesting. He didn't have any Emerald Blossom talents, did he? Maybe he's just spending his procs? I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I don't really know. As far as I know, you don't really press Emerald Blossom, but maybe he was just like moving and wanted something to press. Spell, Echo. So like basically, all right. So we kind of have an idea. We kind of have like a general idea of the playstyle, right? This isn't perfect, but we can have a general idea, right? So basically, the playstyle is something like, you're basically just sending out Echoes plus TA and then into reversion, right? This is something that you do like very, very often. So if you ever find yourself with a bunch of essence and you know that damage is coming in, you just put out all your Echoes, spend your essences, send out a TA, and then reversion it, right? His stasis is free VE and then into Dream Breath, Engulf. This is his stasis. He's focusing Mastery crit, and then we have his build as well. And then the next thing I want to look at is seeing if he's playing around the tier set at all. So like he echoes a bunch of reversions and then he immediately Dream Breath. So I want to see, is he doing that every time? So this is like his healing combo now, right? It's actually kind of, so I don't know exactly how it works with a tier set, but notice there's a synergy here between every time he's putting out his reversions and when he presses his empowered heals. So he does TA reversion and then Spirit Bloom. Right here, TA reversion and then Dream Breath. So he's basically making sure he gets the buff on his big empowered spells every time. So let's go ahead again. Yeah, so it sort of looks like, I mean, it sort of looks like this is your cycle for how you raid heal as Prez, right? So you're basically echoing TA reversion, you're using big empowered spell, whether it's Dream Breath or VE plus Dream Breath or Spirit Bloom if you don't have Dream Breath available. And then honestly, like rinse repeat, right? Like to me, this is what this is looking like. It looks actually kind of chill. This looks way more chill than what I was trying to do. Like maybe there's way more method to the madness here, but it really looks like he's just sending healing cooldowns when the raid gets low, using a couple reversion. Like see, this was one, right, where he's like reversion, Chrono Flame, Echo, reversion, and now he has his temporal, and now it's just Dream Breath. So it's basically like temporal or 4 set. So this is basically what you're doing as Prez, is you're doing a bunch of like little mini healing bursts. You're doing a bunch of reversions to get your 4 set, and just because reversion's good. Then you send a big empowered spell. Ideally, it's VE Dream Breath, but if you don't have that, because that's only every 30 whatever seconds, You send Spirit Bloom, and then you rinse repeat. So let's look at his... So one thing that's pretty cool here is you can filter when he uses spells. So because I haven't played Flameshamer, I'm going to click on Engulf and look at when, like, all the different times he's using Engulf and when he's using it. So here, he basically saves all of his Engulfs on pull and then uses 2 of them in a stasis. And I'm guessing all of these are stasises, right? So he makes it a priority to every time he has a stasis up to use 2 Engulfs. There's 2, there's 2, there's 2. I assume this is stasis every time. Maybe this time he didn't have a charge. Is he always engulfing after... Sort of. Then I guess lastly, let me just read this, read all the hero talent nodes just to make sure I fully understand this. Yo, Narca, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. So let's look at all the synergies. Engulf your target, healing them for each periodic effect on your target. Effectiveness is increased by 50%. So interesting, right? So thinking about this, now looking back at here, right? Echo, TA, and then reversion. So he's probably paying attention to specifically who he echoes, right? So he's making sure he echoes like at least a couple people before he sends out reversion, so that when he dream breaths, it has dream breath, double reversion on someone, and then he engulfs that. That node doesn't matter. Engulf increases the duration of your stuff and causes it to spread. Wow, okay. Essence abilities are enhanced with flame. Okay, we don't care about that. Increased healing below 50%. Don't think we care about that. Engulf consumes 4 seconds of dream breath. Okay, so this basically doesn't matter, but this makes Engulf do AoE healing, and then also you want to make sure you never press Engulf on someone who doesn't have dream breath on them. Newbie question here, does it matter anymore what server or faction you play? Not really. I mean, I think with crafting it can kind of matter. Like, generally speaking, you shouldn't roll on a totally dead server because you need to find somebody to craft your stuff. But as far as I know, like, you can mostly find workarounds for everything. I mean, here's the thing is, like, if you want to find a guild or, like, something, like, you may have to, like, server hop and, like, go on a different character to find it. So, like, you'd still rather prefer to be on a server that has high pop that on the faction that you want. So, but it doesn't really matter that much. Like, you shouldn't really feel like you have to move servers anymore. Yeah, but that's basically like the TLDR of how I would like go about learning a spec. So I would like do that surface level, like just looking for about 30 minutes at like one of the top logs. If something ever is confusing to me or I feel like it's wrong, I would then like double check it against other logs to see if there's, you know, like for instance, let's say I open that and he's stacking haste, right? And I'm wondering like what the fuck, like I've heard that mastery's good, why does he have haste? So then I would kind of look at other logs and see what else is going on to see if that's right or wrong and like maybe try and guess why they're doing it. But I'm not really going to take a big deep dive on that spec simply because like I need to like, me personally, the way I learn is I need to just like I need to go into the fight and like press the buttons and see what goes on so that I can understand later. Like that's almost already information overload for me looking at the logs that I looked at. I would need to like game and get all that stuff understood and then kind of see what problems arise before I come back to that log or come back to other stuff or have any questions. But yeah, that's like the TLDR of like how I think most people should if you want to learn how to do like okay in raid and learn how, a raid spec, what you should do. But it honestly looked like way more chill. Now, see, that was a fight where there's just a shit ton of like healing to do permanently. So like there may be different healing styles of fights, and you know, there may be other times when like, you know, you need to actually set up a shit ton of echoes and like be a little bit more precise with your healing to like, you know, if there's like really, really heavy damage moments and then other non-heavy damage moments. But for something that's just like constant healing, which is like a good place to start. Most people don't have the patience. I mean, I don't think that was that long. Like, I think that's actually like probably less than what most people do. Now granted, if you don't care, like if you just want to go into raid, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying you have to do that, right? I'm not saying everybody has to be a nerd, but if you're sitting there on a spec and you're like, okay, what do I do? How do I play? That's a good place to start. I think the class changes will be nice for Mistweaver. I mean, it'll give you a little more variety in talent builds, yeah. Like, right now, the problem with Mistweaver is you just have to play basically the same build all the time because you need, like, all these talents for fist weaving. And they're kind of, like, making it so you can try other builds. In terms of, like, will it make them stronger or weaker? I mean, who knows? Like, it'll just depend. I think there'll be more notes later as well. Any tips on engulf ramps? Nope, I've never played engulf in raid. I have no idea how to play it, but after looking at logs, we are ready to give it a try on Monday. Let's look at our vaults on our guys here. Man, am I really gonna like start doing delve vaults? What's my prog on heroic? We have every boss dead but the... Well, so I've been raiding on like 4 different characters for fun or for splits or for whatever. And the furthest I've gotten is 7 of 8, but we haven't killed any of the end bosses yet. To wait for, like to see who needs the tier or whatever. So we do all that Monday. So basically the schedule Monday, Drogo posted it in our guild Discord, is... if I can find it. So we have 3 different guild runs. One of them didn't kill Broodmaster or whatever. So we're gonna kill Broodmaster on that group really quick on Monday. Then we're consolidating into 2 different groups instead of 3 for the Silken Court. For normal and heroic. And then we're doing 1 group for Queen Ansarak at the end. So it's basically going to be like, we kill Heroic Broodkeeper, we kill, we do the rest of Heroic, I think, in 1 split. Let me see. Okay, we do Broodkeeper, then Silken Court. Then we do normal with all of our stuff to see who gets to fill up tier. And then we do the other heroic Silken, and then 1 last boss kill. Mainly because we kind of trolled this week. And by kind of trolled, I mean we just have 3 splits, and our guild isn't really that good to be running 3 splits. So... I only play retail, but every new expansion I watch and prep for the race, I saw an Evoker doing like 2 mil HPS. Well, so one thing about watching heroic splits especially is what you're doing when you're running those splits is you're having like 1 or 2 people on their main characters, and then you're having a bunch of like dog shit alts or just people that are filling the slots to get more loot to give to your mains. And from a healer's perspective, that's like the best possible way to just blast infinite healing like on basically every healer, because you have a huge raid of people who suck or like who are less good, like less geared than average. And so you're going to see like some wild heroic numbers on the first week from like a lot of different healers randomly, like just depending on how good they are. Like even Holy Priest is like up there, I think, in terms of healing. But I mean, that's basically what Prez does. Like that's what Prez brings to the raid is just a shit ton of healing. So like it does make sense that it's doing the most, like Prez and Holy Priest or whatever. Whereas classes like Disc Priest are limited to the amount of targets they can heal. So like in a 30-man heroic raid, you're gonna see way less Disc Priest. That's what Druid used to bring. Yeah, well, the big problem is there's a lot of healers that can only bring that, right? So, for example, Mistweaver, Druid, Prez, all sort of only bring that. And so, very often, it's like one of them is that healer, and the other ones, at least from like a meta perspective, the other healers just feel like they aren't really that useful. Obviously, like, if you're a good player and you play any of those healers, you can find a spot in a guild and do well. But in terms of, like, you know, people being meta slaves and copying stuff, there's, like, one spot for all those healers. What brand skills am I using? I think the only one that's important is this, like, rage-filled curio or whatever it's called. Can I look at my brand in here? This is the only one I think that's important. None of these I think are that good. I just picked this one. Maybe there's a good one over here. Porcelain is Abyss? Oh shit. Brand's abilities have I mean, see, I don't know. Oh shit. Okay, everyone says I should be running this. Okay, here you go. Is it better to do delves as Prez or Dev? Oh, I don't know. I only do them as Prez. Why does Brand stop gaining XP? I don't know. They capped it, so you can't level up Brand more. I'm not really sure why. They're just, like, doing strange things. But no one can get above that level. How do I feel about Holy Pally? It's really good. I actually had so much fun playing Holy Pally in Raid the other day. My Holy Pally is, like, not very well geared either. I actually had, like, Holy Pally in Raid right now is so chill. It was, like, such a vibe to play. At least the way that I think about the game and I play the game. Because when it comes to Raid healing, I don't really like to be that guy that just pads their ass off and does a lot of healing. To me, that's, like, less fun. I love to be the guy that's, like, debuff healing and, like, saving the people who are in danger. And, like, I feel like you make a way bigger difference in Raid when you're doing that. And when I was playing HPAL yesterday, it felt like I was just that guy. Like, everyone else is, like, you know, Shaman. Shaman does a little bit of spot healing, but, like, Prez and Disc Priest basically just do a shit ton of, like, AoE healing. And then as a Pally, I could just, like, spot heal. Normally, Pally, to me, I hate the fact that I have to press Light of Dawn because it's just so meh, you know? Like, I hate that I have to press Light of Dawn and I just do little splash healing to everybody in melee, and it's not really, like, making that much of an impact on the raid. I love being able to just press WOG and heal the people who need healing instead of just trying to spam Light of Dawn to, like, do good healing numbers. And because of the way that Herald of the Sun works, where it buffs your wogs, I feel like I don't know. If there was a world where I could play HPAL and Brog Raid, I would probably do it, even though I think the chance of HPAL being good in M+ is not very high right now. But I had so much fun playing. I played let's see. We did a pug raid yesterday or 2 days ago with just a bunch of friends, and we got all the way to the last boss, and it was just like, I don't know, it felt so good. It felt so good to literally have WOG and Holy Shock as my top 2 healing and still be able to, like, do competitive numbers or whatever. Yeah, this was Heroic Silken Court. Granted, like, I don't think these people were like mythic raiders or whatever. They were just kind of hanging out with us, but I had to show my coworkers the GeoGuessr finals. I mean Geo finals own, man. I love GeoGuessr. It's such a I love watching Geo. Your set? Yeah, I actually got a tier piece on my pally. So what's my vault on this guy now? Can I see my vault? Guess I can just walk in. Delves tab. Oh, that's how I got it. I mean, this is fine for me. 2 delve slots. I mean, should I really do I'm hearing there's a way to get tier from PvP. You have to get 1600. There's one tier token you can earn either from getting AOTC, getting the M plus achievement like KSM or whatever, or getting 1600. You can only do one of those 3 things. And there's no M plus right now, so I'm not sure what the M plus level is, but the ones for it's like AOTC or 1600 or is it AOTC? I don't know. Maybe it's kill all the bosses, kill all the heroic bosses. But basically, clear heroic, or get 1600 to get a tier token. But you can't do both. So if you're going to clear heroic by the end of the week, or if you don't mind waiting, then don't feel like you need a PvP. It's just an option. Is there nothing from M plus? You can. It's like some achievement, but it's not open right now. So okay. So this guy has a vault. I should have vaults on like all these guys, right? My vault's on this guy. Holy, what a vault. Oh, I still haven't. Oh, but we'll do Brew Twister on this guy. Wait, hold on. Let me look at splits again. Wait, did we really not kill Brew Twister on 2 different characters? Hold on, let me think. I think that's right, actually. We didn't kill Brew Twister on 2 different characters. So my Evoker won't even... is missing a vault slot here, which is kind of annoying. But I do have the Delve slots anyway. Yo, Drana, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Damn it. Can you funnel me a strength trinket and Grimbit's hole? I don't know if I can trade. Oh. There's no other strength character. Only H-Pal. Just Pug, Silken Court, Monk ass. I tried to Pug Brew Twister. Yeah, I feel like at least my idea of Pugs so far. I don't know if you guys have had different experience, but I think Pugging Kaiveza is probably annoying but doable. Like people, it might take you a couple tries. I think Pugging Brood Twister will probably be very hard. Brood Twister and the last two bosses, I think, will be pretty challenging. Okay, I can. Well, I mean, I don't know if I can trade, but I have 2 trinkets, so. Prod or ret. Spec. Told him I'd just helping some guildies do some trinkets or whatever. This guy can get an agi trinket, I think, right? Court is pretty easy with a couple dedicated web people. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't think Court was... To me, Court was like... To me, Brood Twister and Court, the big limiting factor was just like, there's a lot of personal responsibility. They're talking about normal? Okay. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on skill level. I don't know. I assume that, like, if you're a normal person, also those bosses might be difficult to pug. But... I don't know. I don't know the mechanics of them. But I know that they're also a step up in normal difficulty as well. Okay. Okay, I do have 2 agi trinkets on this guy. Let me just do this. I think I can for sure trade, By the way, shout out to everyone who's out in the streets pugging really hard heroic bosses on first week. That's like such a vibe. It brings me back to when I first started. Do you have a video on my UI settings? Well, I'll be a sellout here and say that I have my UI available like an installer thing for Patreon and Twitch subs through the Wago app. You can just download the Wago app and then link, and then you can just import all my different profiles here, and I have a little FAQ video. Normally I do UI videos, but I'm not really sure how to do it because I don't want to make it just some stupid advertisement, so I haven't really done a UI video yet. But if you have any questions about how stuff looks, feel free to ask. I'm not, like, against helping people. I just don't have my profiles for everything public, because it's, like, too hard to maintain everything separately. Yo, Sigs, thank you for the sub, and also Abra Slays, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you guys. In Summer, the Priest Enjoyer, thank you for the 11 months. Dorky UI is free? Is it? There's no way Dorky UI is free. I mean, I know you're capping, but... By the way, putting your UI as a sub-only thing is like an infinite money hack. Sorry for being a sellout, but it's just so... Like, you don't realize how many people are just like using your UI and happy to support you. And looking at Dorky's offline chat is sort of proof for it. It's funny how many buy add-ons. I mean, I just think that's not a way to look at it, right? Like, think about it this way. You support somebody who's a streamer, and then you give them like $5 or $6 to save yourself like 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's kind of just a no-brainer. Like, if you wanted to like mess with your UI and make it work, make it nice, but you know, Yeah, it's like buying merch, but the merch actually saves you time and is helpful. Like, realistically, I probably make just as much, if not more, from a sub than I do for, like, selling a shirt. I don't really know, like, what that is, but unless I, like, massively overcharge for merch, I would probably rather someone buy my UI than buy a shirt, which is funny. I'll hard pass. Bro, I'm not a UI shame. The way that I thought about, well, because here's the thing, right? I kind of like had to come to terms with figuring it out because I'm doing it and I had to like decide if it's what I wanted to do. And I sort of realized like I'm not really gatekeeping shit. Like all these add-ons are pretty reasonable to learn. There's tons of tutorial stuff for all these add-ons. If you're somebody that wants to use them, a lot of them are customizable out of the box. There's tons and tons of good weak aura packages for every class available. Like all I'm doing is saving people time, right? Like all I'm doing is some guys like, look, I don't feel like setting this shit up. Like I'll support you. Here's $6 or whatever. Like I want to press a button and get everything, and I have no problem with that exchange. Like to me, that's fair, considering how much time I like put in doing shit. I don't have to defend it. I mean, I'm not defending it. I'm just, you know, telling you you're wrong. Dorky doesn't need someone to buy his UI when he has Vinzad. Holy. How come I don't use LVUI? I haven't used LVUI in a very long time. In my opinion, LVUI is like, I don't really like the idea that it's a bunch of add-ons packed into one. I would rather just like pick the add-ons that I want to use for all of the things instead of using LVUI. Like basically this is what happened is when I very first started playing, I just downloaded LVUI, right? And then I'm like, well, I don't really like these nameplates. I want to use Plater, right? I like X person's Plater profile. I want to use it. And then I'm like, well, I don't really like these party frames. Like I want to use these party frames, right? And so I ended up removing one by one like so many of the default LVUI add-ons for something else. And then I kind of just had like this weird shell of like LVUI. And I'm just like, why do I even have this? And that was like at the end of BFA, and I just removed it. I think that happens with a lot of people personally. There are some people that have like really crisp UI stuff. I was talking with Greg. Greg uses LVUI and he's actually like, I'm pretty sure like a UX designer, like some old Mega 5 head when it comes to that. And Greg actually has like a crazy UI shit that he's working on. He actually did a weird thing that I thought was very interesting. Hopefully he doesn't mind me leaking the... I mean, it's not really a leak, but he sent me this the other day. We were talking about UI stuff. How do I zoom out? He was working on an LVUI profile that kind of looks like this. And it was actually very interesting having details with your map and then also your chat on top. There's so much space that you can see on the bottom. I actually thought it's like pretty fucking good. I thought it was pretty good looking, especially for a tank that like might need to have this visibility or whatever. It was definitely a little bit unique, but I like the way this is set up. We were briefly talking about like maybe combining stuff or like having him help me with DPS UIs or something like that, but it's sort of I wish the UI package stuff would have come out like 3 months before the game because I would have been able to like prepare a little bit better, but they basically just like hit me up like 2 weeks before launch and they're like, yo, we have this new feature, we're ready, and I'm like, oh my god, I need to get in on this. I only like LVUI for the player health bar, like the character bar. What I use is shadowed unit frames for my like random bars that I used to use LVUI for. I don't know if I like it because it's like annoying to have an add-on for only that, but is there a video on how to install the UI after subbing? So if you look at so you do !UI and it links that page on the Waggo app, and there's like an unlisted YouTube video in the description with like FAQ where I go over some of the stuff. And so if you're having any issues with what's going on, then I would check out that video. There's also like a channel in Discord for it. The TLDR basically though is you download the Waggo app and you sync your Twitch account to it, and then it should just pop up with an installer, and everything should work. Yo, Zeke's Dedge, thank you for the 32-month resub. Adam, stop time with the 3 months. I appreciate it. Do I get your UI for being a Twitch sub? If you get this installer pack thing, and you get all of my profiles with if you download the Waggo app and sync your Twitch account, yeah. And then I have a channel in Discord. For now, I would say pretty much every issue that I've seen that people have had with the UI has been solved. They just need, like, it's just the same few things that pop up or whatever. Just the way that SUF handles auras. I don't really pay attention to auras on any of these frames. Generally, with any sort of buffs or debuff, I either rely on my party frames or make weak auras for them. Bloodless even though
defensive.
Our DK is just sitting in a puddle for like
defensive
15 seconds straight. Oh my god, what an SLT. Holy moly. Oh, and our tank is dead. The classic, I'm a tank and I'm bored with this pack. I'm going to move on to the next pack. Oh, I just stunned myself with my trinket. Oh well, I got the dragon at least. I got it. Oh. No, my party frames are cell. I only use SUF for like target frames and focus frame and like weird shit. I feel so much more coherent and thoughtful when I sleep. Would I have a cup of coffee in the morning and I wake up from sleeping, I feel like I can read the questions and answer them, and I understand, and I'm not crazy how that works, right? Yep, you can get only whatever add-ons you want. You can only take those add-ons. You don't have to download the whole thing. You just download the add-ons that you want and then import the profiles through the app. It's a little annoying that you have to like manually get the add-ons first, but hopefully that process will get better. Thanks for adding the Patreon option. Yeah, I need to do better with that. I set that stuff up kind of last minute for that exact reason, but I need to do some, I need to like integrate my Patreon with my Discord and possibly get it working with like Discord subs and stuff too. Would I really need bigwigs or DBM? It's up to you. I think people have too many of those add-ons, so if you wanted to take things into your own hand and figure it out, I don't see anything wrong with that. Personally, so the way that I have my bigwig set up is it's just like kind of quiet. Like it only basically gives me notifications for certain things up top here and then raid damage. So for instance, like see how it says commanding roar here? This is like upcoming group damage and it'll put it right here. But other than that, my bigwigs doesn't really do a whole lot. I would say I think customizing bigwigs might be better than downloading like raid weak auras, but if you're doing like mythic raiding or like really difficult raiding where there's like mandatory complicated weak auras, then maybe the other way around might be better. Which embellishments? Honestly, I don't know. I still haven't looked at embellishments. I'm probably just gonna like wait until I make a mythic weapon and then just put whatever. I don't think it really matters that much. Two-hander save you some crests, I think. But, I mean, if you're a shaman or whatever, then you might want to make one-hander because you can have a shield. Holy shit, crit mastery leech socket? Bro, how's my team dying? Like, I don't even know. Oh, that's what was happening, bro. There was a caster that was out of the boss room killing my team. Dude, when I was fighting that boss, my team was taking just like an unbelievable amount of damage, and I had no idea what was going on. And I'm just like, that makes so much sense. Do I use the totem relocation thing? Yeah, it's a little annoying. It's like one of those things that it's like you can be lazy about key binding, but I did start using it. Basically, doing like low-level dungeons and delves and stuff got me using it because like packs die so fast. Oh, you want me to switch? Okay. I was just gonna switch later, but Dan Diamond, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Does my cell show all debuffs that are currently seen in mythics and raids? It should. If you I mean, I didn't do anything. I'm pretty sure just cell does that. But what you can do if you want is look back at my VODs on like Wednesday, Thursday when I'm raiding to see if it's like ever. Because I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it showed debuffs. The purpose of the little class bars, like the nameplates?
Defensive.
I mean, just to see who it is.
Frontal. Defensive. defensive, defensive, defensive,
There's a lot going on, huh?
defensive, frontal, defensive,
Seems like our sleep schedule is fucked. I mean, I think using the word schedule is giving it too much credit. Not looking forward to Grimmit's Hole. Grimmit's Hole at the very end is so nasty in M+. This whole area, like, after this, is nuts. Druid switched to Resto to do more damage. Wait, what? Shroud? Bro, there ain't no way this is gonna end well. Also, Tanner's just asking for a loot funnel and he just permanently AFK the whole dungeon. What do you think? Does our team even live this poll? Do I even live this poll? The GCD around my cursor? It's just a weak aura. If you just search for like mouse cursor or anything like that on Waggo, you'll probably find it. Okay, I just have a healing absorb curse on me. Very cool. Here, well, I have 10 seconds while I'm rezzing, so I grabbed the weak ore for you. But I'm sure there's a bunch of other ones. This isn't like the only one. What do I think is gonna be the best for keys? I don't know. Probably Shaman or Evoker. This priest isn't too bad right now. Rest of druids are getting buffed.
Frontal.
What are they gonna Mistweaver buff? I mean, it's good. I don't know. It doesn't really change that much. It's nice though. I think Mistweaver's already a decent healer, so any buffs are welcome. How can I import your Omni CD profile from the Wago app? It should be the same as everything else, right?
Frontal.
If you just do /Wago, there should be like an Omni CD part. I think Monk is going to be a good healer in M+. I mean, I think every healer can do pretty well. I don't really think there's going to be a bad healer in M+ right now. Not everything's going to be like meta or whatever. Also, where did the boss go? /Wago, I mean in-game. Because it should pull this up, right? And then as long as you have the add-on installed, you should be able to import it. I think I have it disabled for some reason. Probably because like I was leveling or something. I haven't been playing this guy much.
Defensive.
Alright. And I'm at the start of the dungeon. I don't have an evoker named yumytv. My evoker's name is Fragility. I have invis pots on this guy. Just enjoying AC. It's okay. I actually went in on my raid build on accident. But it's been fun. AC is pretty fun. It's good with Herald, I think. We go again. Trying healer this 6-pack, wanted to settle on Prez. Tried HPL, think it's more suited for pugs. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about healers. That's why I hate when everyone's like telling me things like, oh, what do I play and like what's better. Like, honestly, everyone's just gonna like vibe with different healers. And like certain people are gonna understand. Like, the best healer is always just like the healer that makes the most sense to you and like what you can play. And I feel like just like trying different stuff and learning is gonna be like way better than asking the cat with a waffle on his head to be the magic 8-ball. Not that I mind answering what my favorite healer is every 20 minutes, but I feel like I'm not really servicing people that well by telling them what to play. But it seems like when I give people the answer of play what you want, they just don't like that.
Frontal.
The classic Divine Toll with full holy power.
Frontal.
Oh wow, I'm screwed on loot. I just got a drop from the boss here.
Defensive.
It's actually insane that HPAL is going to be OP after the rework. I don't know how it's going to happen, but Pallies always get away with it. I feel like I want to keep, like, after playing, like, the Pally that I played, I don't know, I guess they're getting a 6% healing nerf, but... Rework Aug into a tank? Holy. That is certainly a take. Wago F won't work. What doesn't work about it? Won't load. When you look at your in-game add-ons list, does it have it on there? Do we get the trinket? Circle of Bone. So it should have Waggo UI, I think, right? What healer is easy for beginners? Shaman. Waggo app companion? That might be the wrong... That doesn't sound like the Waggo app. Why is my chatbot not working? So when you click the UI link and then you click open with the Waggo app, download the Waggo app. This is the app that you have downloaded. So basically what that's, if it's not showing up in game, it means that your install isn't right. So it didn't install the app, or it didn't install the add-on when you installed the app. So you want to make sure that you have retail selected up here, and then when you go into settings, it has the right path there, and it's being able to find your WoW folder. If it still doesn't work, then I think, I don't know, maybe there's like a problem with permissions or something, like maybe try reinstalling the app. But when you download the app, it should install the Waggo add-on, and you should have that add-on in game. How would I compare Dis to Prez? They're like somewhat similar. I think Prez has way better ability to catch up when you're behind. Like Dispriest, you need to be staying ahead of the damage and like keeping your Mindbender up and like healing. And if you fall behind with Disc and you don't have Mindbender, you're just fucking dead. But Prez has like way more buttons that you can like dig yourself out of a hole. But I mean, if you're playing well and things are going well, then Dispriest strong, yeah. That's weird, dwarf. He's just vibing in the inn, man. Did I switch mains? I'm playing this priest raid probably because our guild needs it. But normally, so my plan was, because I could just play whatever I wanted, or I thought I could, I was just gonna play Prez in both and just start off the expansion with Prez and see how it went. But generally, I try and like fill for my raid, and if they need stuff, I'll do it. Like generally, the way that I play healer or I decide characters is just I play whatever my team needs and for raid, but then I look at what's good at M plus, and as long as I can bring it all after raid and like gear it up, then I'm fine. So that's probably what I'm gonna do now. So I gave up on Prez. Yeah, it's just, it's Just too shit. This priest is the new guaranteed best healer for M+. What I struggle with is disc is healing one person, specifically taking a lot of damage. So it sounds a little silly, but just having atonement on them and then just doing damage with Mindbender should be like a lot of healing on one person. And then weaving in things like pain suppression or rapture, or like if you have some sort of unused shield trinket, are really helpful. Ultimately, like if someone just wants to die, if they just want to stand in shit and you're a disc priest, like they're just gonna die, right? Like it's just like you don't have the ability to just like grab them and put them somewhere safe when you like you can with evoker. And I don't know, like you can do your like there aren't really that many like mechanics in dungeons that I feel like are absurdly single target heavy. Yeah, I guess you can prescript them. There you go. Let me go AFK for a minute or two. I need to grab some water. Is it just me, or does Max always feel like he's talking down to people? Not in like a negative way. I don't think. I mean, I don't really like look that much into his ego or whatever, because he's just my bug, but or my bud, but I mean, like the thing is, you say that, but like, I mean, he's some like enormous streamer and he's the leader of the race to world first guild, you know? So like when he's talking to people about WoW, like I would say, I don't know. I guess I would have to see the context to like understand it, but the way I see it is like he's just the leader of the world first guild and a huge WoW streamer, and he's just like trying to put in like, you know, you have to repackage your message to the person, like as a content creator, to the person that is receiving it, right? And some people are better than that at others. Some people are better than that at others, I think. Like imagine like having Fired Up try and coach you on mage. I mean, maybe he is a good coach, I don't know, but I just assume like the way that that guy tries to convey what he thinks in his brain to you has got to be like his brain, he's just built differently. And it's just like you don't, like the average person can't even understand that, right? Like one thing, not to like compliment myself, but I always, when I learn things, I try and think about right away how I would explain it to somebody else. That's just like how my brain works to simplify processes so I can learn for myself. So generally, I feel like when I make guides and stuff, I'm better at explaining it to other people because I'm thinking about that immediately as information is going into my brain. So I feel like I'm sort of like better at that than most. But like everyone has different levels of like the way they communicate things, you know? Like I don't sit there and like I don't think I listen to Max and I think like, oh, he's an asshole and like he thinks he's so much better than everyone else. Like I think it's just like, well, I mean, I hate to say it, but like it's just kind of true. You know, like he kind of just is better than everybody else in WoW at a lot of different things. Like he rated at world first and now he leads the world first guild. He's one of the biggest WoW streamers. Like, you know, it just sort of, it's not like he's a better person, but like that's sort of what I'm saying, I guess. Is like he is better at WoW than everybody, but I don't think he like considers himself a better person. All right, Dorky says he's toxic. Okay, perfect. Anyway, I'll be right back. Let me grab a case of water. Oh, dude, so out of shape lately. I gotta start lifting again. Every time I have to carry up a case of water upstairs, like, god damn it. I need a breather and an ice cream sandwich. Okay, I think I'm recovered. Also, speaking of which, guys, take care of your hands. Make sure you do your hand stretches if you're gaming a lot. I've had traditionally pretty strong hands, and I haven't really ever had hand pains or problems, but I'm feeling it a little bit this week. What do you mean, huh? Uh, oh. Any recommendations? Look up day 9 hand stretches on YouTube. It's a little old, might be outdated, but it's what I've always done. What is that noise? My right wrist. I've been noticing a little bit of pain on it this week. And I just took some garbage out and did some stuff downstairs and brought up some cases of water. And already I'm like feeling it in my hand. Oh. But it'll be okay. I got a reply to the response about Max. Dorky man, you're out of control as a chatter. You're actually out of control. I didn't mean it that way. I mean, take now, he is or was one of the best tanks ever. And when you talk to him, he's chilled. I mean, I don't know. I think everybody has their own flavor of like how they are or how they feel. Like, for instance, now, not to start drama, I think now is pretty chill, but like he also has like ways that he thinks about things, right? Like if you go in his chat and ask like what's the best tank, I think you get a very different response than if you do it to Dorky. Right? Just because like I don't know. Like I think now sort of like looks down on people who are like meta slaves or whatever, especially who are like not very good. You know, like now is basically like, yo, put in the fucking work and get good. Or don't just be some guy who's trying to be meta rerolling, you know what I'm saying? Like he kind of shits on like tier lists and stuff. And like some people like that, right? Like he's got a huge viewer base. I mean, I kind of like that. Um maybe I missed the message about Max though. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. I'll feed the drama a little bit. Um Max is my bud and he's always been good to me. And if I thought, I thought if Max was condescending, I probably wouldn't just go start ripping into him on my stream for no reason, right? So you're not going to get that answer out of me, even if I thought that way. I don't think that way personally, but if you want to suspend disbelief, he's my buddy and he's always been good to me, so I'm not just, you know, even if I thought he was condescending to other people, I wouldn't just be like ripping into him on stream. Is Evange good in keys? No. Does now still have me blocked? No. We talked a little bit and made up. I think Dorky convinced him. So Max is condescending, but you won't tell us. Yep, that's that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you have you blocked? You guys gotta calm down, alright? Is Disc actually good in M+? It's pretty good. They like turbo buffed it on during the leveling week or whatever. Drama. I can't believe how warm it is still, man. It's 5 in the morning. How is it not freezing in my room? Also, I think chatters are way more condescending towards Max than Max is towards chatters. And I think it's like not even close. The amount of like people that say mean shit for no reason, like, oh, he just loves hearing himself talk. Like, he gets way more hate than he dishes out, and it's not even close. And I've decided that after I started talking about pirate software, unless I'm missing something, I think generally there's just a huge subsection of people that just don't like people who are popular. And I think it's genuine, like, people who are envy of success. And it's actually kind of gross. How would I just realize that? I mean, I know it's there, but, like, it's just wasn't, like, I don't know. Things are just always more prevalent than I think they are. The problem is, like, I don't think these people, like, you know... I don't think these people, like, change their minds or listen to what I have to say, so it doesn't really matter to, like, think about them or talk about them, but... I've gotten way more hate over the last 2 years. Yeah. I think it's funny that... Well, honestly, alright, this is maybe... I feel like you tend to say things that are, like... I know that you're memeing, but I can see how people, like, if they hear them out of context or whatever, like, get a bad impression of you. I do it sometimes too, but I think I do it less than you do. Like, I can definitely see healers who listen to you when you say things like, oh, healers are fucking stupid, or, like, they always die or whatever. And, like, whether or not you're joking or not, like, I think there's a lot of people that probably genuinely think that you think that, and they're just like, you know... Like, that's, like, one of the biggest things in gaming is talking about, like, skill. And, like, you know, how people are always like, oh, what's the most important role? What's the most skill? You know, what's easy? What's hard? Like, even though it's so subjective, people love talking about it. And people, like, take a lot of, people, like, take it very seriously when you say that they're not skilled or whatever.
Defensive.
Like, I don't know. Not again, I'm not saying anybody deserves hate, but I'll hear dorky shit talking poor people, like I'll hear dorky shit talking roles like healers or whatever. Dorky will shit talk casuals. Like from watching his stream, what is happening? Oh, they're just getting hit by the swirly. That's empowered.
defensive,
Giga Chad. I mean, I don't know. I fucking hate it. Like I hate when people are hating on me, so I never mean to like defend those people, but oh shit, a sack brood. Who wanted it? I want it. Sell it? No, I mean I literally joined the group just to help trade it. The only reason why I'm here. These are my guildies. Yo, Claroxy, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. What you need? You know what? How Shadow will feel and not so high keys, say 8 to 10? Nope, no idea. Never played Shadow, sorry. Is it easier to solo delves as disc or party? I've been doing delve solo as disc. It's not too bad. Having fade is nice because you can get threat off of you and just kind of DPS mobs. And Mindbender is a pretty short cooldown. But I don't know. Like, to me, if you're playing with a party, at least from what I saw with the tuning, you need to do some level of coordination. Like delves and parties, I don't know if they've changed it, how it's changed over the last couple days, but like it's easier to just, to me, in my mind, it's easier to just do things myself or have one friend rather than do it with a party. Like before, people were just doing them in groups on Group Finder and just inviting whoever, and then they would just turn into a loot pinata because the scaling was bugged. But now I think if you're just going with a bunch of random idiots from Group Finder, like it's just hit or miss. Like I don't think that's necessarily going to be easier or harder. I think doing them with like one person, like a buddy, is probably the best. What do I think of Mistweaver's healing? I think Mistweaver's pretty good right now. I don't really have any complaints. I think Mistweaver got like a good dev paying attention to it in Dragonflight. Now the class actually feels good. Did I make my own ramp timers? I was using max roll, but I'm gonna start using lords now because there's actually sample size on there. I will basically always copy ramp timers from lorgs until my guild tells me to ramp at specific times. Max roll felt like it wasn't accurate. Like it was off a little bit sometimes. But to be fair, they had them all posted before the game came out, so. Lorgs, Lorrgs. How do you get 610 items? So when you do Bountiful Delves, you have a small chance to get an item called Delver's Bounty. And when you get that item and you use it, your next delve gives you a bonus piece of loot. It's, my understanding, totally random, and they mostly only come from Bountiful Delves. There's no way to farm them or do anything, and you just use the map and then do the delve and you get the chest at the end. And so, if you really want to maximize your loot, you just do you just do all the Bountiful Delves. They're capped at 3 per week. No, that's not true. People made that up. Yes, I'm PIing my blood DK. But see, even for single target healing with Disc Priest, like I'm taking a lot of damage, but you basically still just want to maintain your Mindbender. All of your healing from Disc Priest right now comes through your Mindbender, and so doing anything that stops you from spamming Smite and DPS to reset your Mindbender is going to hurt you really bad in the long run. Obviously, at a high level, there's more finesse to it, but like the most important thing is that you want to make use out of is just like one single global abilities, stuff like Pain Sup or Barrier or anything like that. Anytime you're caught spamming Flash Heal or trying to do something other than getting your Mindbender reset, you're gonna fall behind. Is 8% Resto Druid buff enough? It's about as good as you could hope for. It's up to you to make it work if you want to play Druid now. In my opinion, now you at least don't really have an excuse. Oh. Bro, why is flying so hard? What is happening? Disc Priest easy, Dragon Riding hard.
Only one more ship and the Dawnbreaker is ours again.
Can you do this dungeon with normal flying? I don't think so, but maybe. I feel like Druid's still rough. Yes, but yeah, but I feel like it's at least like close enough that you can get the job done. Also, I think Druid offers a lot to the group through like its utility, through Mark of the Wild, through good damage that... Like, right now, if Druid just did the same amount of healing that a class like Prez did or Shaman did, I think we would just see Druid being the best healer again. So it's definitely true that, like, it's going to be harder as a Druid to keep people alive than if you're playing a class like Shaman or Prez. I think that, like, you can at least make it work for most keys.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Normal barrier or luminous barrier? I think you always play normal barrier. Unless you're trying to pad.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The shadows bless you. Let night be unending.
Should we be relieved or worried that Disc Priest receives 0 changes? As a disc, probably happy about that.
I feel the dog's embrace.
So you dare to face me? Very well.
Oh, there's no way this could end poorly. Oh, okay, I landed near this guy, good. We don't have a mindbender, we're very bigly dead.
Nothing against Ashka Head.
Holy Pally gonna struggle to meet the healing checks and keys? Maybe like world first level stuff, but I mean, I think Holy Pally is pretty good right now. Hey, bro, you're just. All right.
Your Mirathi will be but the first to fall.
Wait, where the hell am I? Oh no. They give up. They want to pull. They want to kill the lieutenants. I don't really blame them. Mind Blast is such a weird button because the cooldown is so short. It feels weird to press it there, but I mean, like, it's back already.
So you dare to face me? Very well. Shade take you. Shadows gather to me.
Bring back 2 charges. Ooh, that would be kind of cool, actually. I love charges. Any tips for healing with this priest this X pack? Keep your mindbender up. Anything not either in mindbender or trying to get your mindbender back, you're doing the wrong thing. Have mindbender and your team is safe. Okay, he has 3 stacks of the orb. Do I ever think they'll make a mage tower? I mean, in my opinion, the mage tower is such a huge dub, and the fact that they keep trying to reinvent the wheel makes me very confused. Now we're setting the Shadow Word Death. In your Mindbender, you want to press Shadow Word Death, yeah. I would not take my rotation in Mythic Zeros global for global too seriously. But I prefer to be playing Evoker. I'll be honest, my first day of raiding as Evoker, I wasn't too, like, I don't know. To be fair, I think I was playing the wrong build and I want to try Flameshamer, but I probably have more fun raiding as... I have more fun in raid as Disc, but I have more fun in dungeons as Evoker. So, I'm kind of, like, indifferent about it. Like, I'll be able to get good gear on my Evoker anyway. And I think that being Disc and M+ could be, like, interesting to try for the beginning of the season. Just to see. Like, I don't think this necessarily feels bad, like, being on a like in a coordinated group, at least. Like, from a tank's perspective, you have 2 charges of pain sup and you have barrier and you have, like, a lot of passive healing. The only problem with this priest is it just brings so little in terms of helping out the team. Like, not having the kick of Resto Shaman and, like, not having Tremor and Curse to Spell and everything. Like, that's the biggest problem with this priest, is feeling like you're an inconvenience to your team or whatever. Yo, Rolly, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. But in terms of, like, actual healing-wise and, like, team, I think, I guess PI is good, yeah. Do I ever think 8-player M plus would be a thing? Where did you arrive to that number? I don't have any reason to believe 8-player M plus would be a thing.
Five, four.
This rage-filled idol. Everyone was telling me not to play rage-filled, but to play the arrowhead one. When I last showed my brand, apparently the arrowhead one is good. I see my talents. This is what I'm running. This was just a build that AJ linked to me on the first day. It seems reasonable though. Wonder if it's, oh, this is a 2-point node. Man, these, getting castigation is so bad. Did he try to banish that? or maybe, I don't know. That was weird. No twist of fate? Really? I have to look at my talents again. Yo, Kaipo TV, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I have Twist of Fate. What's the easiest dungeon? I don't think there's too many parts in Necrotic Wake that are difficult. It depends on what level you're doing it. Like, I think Mist, too, in a lower level dungeon is probably chill. A lot of dungeons get, like, very difficult at certain key levels. Like, as soon as certain bosses become very tough. From a healer perspective, like, Mist isn't too bad. Siege isn't really that tough, healing-wise. Like, a lot of the older dungeons, besides Grim Batol. Alright, we got our rogue friend some loot. I think he's having to main switch for raid or something, I don't know. I don't know, a couple things he needed. Also, I have so many Valor Stones now.
Many farewells.
I didn't even end up using any of my things just because I've been playing this guy.
Friend of the Grummels. Like you.
Do you leave the heal absorbs on trash? Yeah, I mean, on higher keys, I couldn't even get them off. You just need curse dispels. That's the only answer. They're not heal absorbs, they're curse dispels. Crazy enough. Man, I hate to say it, but how hard are delves on mage? Also, do I play with a healer brand or do I play with DPS brand? Do I know anyone who has a good deep Resto Druid guide? Honestly, no. I haven't really looked, but I don't know of that many Resto Druid creators. I feel like a lot of people are coming to me asking about Resto Druid stuff. Jamie's almost ready to be the ultimate staff crafter. I need 300 more acuity or whatever to get an item, and then we're chilling. And then I have max skill for making staves. Yo, Narthas, thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Is there an efficient way of farming Valor Stones? Just dungeons. Just doing whatever content. You don't really farm Valor Stones, you just do content. I actually haven't done anything on my mage.
Inquiring minds just got to know. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I'll go ahead and pack the supplies. See you down below.
You'll find me wherever the action.
Alright, we're gonna attempt to do mage delves. We're gonna see what it's like to play a class that you like aren't good at, and then do a delve. This should be very high level content. What eye level's okay for M0? I mean, like, you're fine at like 575-ish, but it may be a little bit harder to find groups. Will we get early season Jane the Adventure series? No plans for anything yet, but we'll see. I've just been enjoying streaming a lot. Where is this delve? Am I blind? Is it right here? Oh, ADHD Santa, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. Alright, Kriegville's Rest. Alright. Set up my brand. Damage dealer. Idol. Oh no, porcelain arrow. That's the one that people were telling me to use. I'm gonna use like cheat death on this guy because. Do we want to keep Mind Blast if we know that Mindbetter's coming off CD? Yeah. Well, talking about M+, yeah. You don't want to send Mind Blast outside of Mindbender unless you're like, you know, you're in trouble and you're needing to heal. I don't know, I guess I'll just start hitting stuff. An egg. Oh, I have to kill Kobold. Okay. I keep pressing S to use movement ability, but it's not on my mage. Alright, yo. I'm trying to combust this guy. Why is he killing me? I just need a mirror image first, right? How do I heal?
Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Guess I just do this. I have a feeling this guy's gonna kill me.
Here we go.
Okay, so I invised. Invis doesn't drop threat. Makes me invisible. Oh, the guy's true sight too. Alright. Do I need to like kill all the kobolds or can I just keep going forward? I assume there's gonna be like more of them. Shit, here we go, here we go. How come he's killing me? Bro, they just hit me for so much damage. This is what it's like when you play a cloth guy, like, these guys just chunk you and you have to press every defensive. Also, why did my brand do nothing? I just have the AFK brand.
Loads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
Okay, cheat death proc. Figure.
Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Is it easier or harder to solo as a healer? I've only done group delves. I think it's easier to solo as a healer personally, but I mean, I'm also kind of a nerd. Dude, what is happening to my character? Oh, this isn't a cheat death. I'm just dead.
I know you can do better than that.
Great. Okay, well, this curio is not very good. I guess I'll just take this. Oh shit, yo, Dat Mods, thank you for the raid, friend. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. We're out here doing delves with classes that we have no idea how to play. They're just beating my ass. Help me, Bran, help me. My Bran just doesn't do anything, man. Like, how do you play a class that can't heal themselves? What am I even supposed to do? I pressed my defensive and I just had my barrier and I just died. Put Bran on healer? I don't think that's what... Is that what you're supposed to do? Does he actually heal you? I mean, okay, actually, you know what? My Bran doesn't do any damage anyway. I don't know why I even have it on. I don't even care. I think healer is just the right way. Bran is dog shit as healer? I mean, he's dog shit as DPS too. I think they broke Bran. I think that Bran's been broken the entire time. And I think the difficulties that people are having with Delves is simply because your Bran just doesn't do anything. Yeah, see, there you go. That owns. Pull him with one ability and he'll get aggro. Man, I'm not trying to like let my Bran tank everything. It's so boring. But maybe if I have to do it, I will, but... Yo, no, you don't. You're not healing me. All right, at least he did something there. Oh, I got these things too. Yo, XS Jong, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Dude, now I know why everyone hates healers. Having to like sit there and just rely on your healer to press buttons on you or you die and you're just sitting there trying to DPS and just hoping that you get healed fucking sucks. I thought I grabbed the candle. Sitting there ignoring the healing pots? I mean, I guess. Like, I guess I just have to run around and pick them up all the time. Oh, no. There's all these mobs and stuff. Guess I go this way. I'm getting the hang of things. How does Mage feel this season? I'm just learning Arcane for the first time right now, but I've heard that they've made it a lot better. And I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. Okay, here we go. This is the true test right here. Can I do this pack? Ready? Okay. Help me, Bran. Bran, you better fucking heal me, Bran. Alright, good. I might have to come back. But I got my candle. Oh.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
Oh no, this is the hardest pack I've ever seen in my mage life. Alright, we need to take a break here. Sheep one? No, 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 I got this. I got this. No, 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 I'm not sheeping. It dies or I die. It dies or I die. You ready? Easy clap. Oh, upside arcane sword. Bran, heal me. Bran, heal me. Bran, heal me. Bran, heal me. Bran! Oh no, this is... Okay, YOLO. If I don't get a proc, I'm dead. Nice. You love that. I'm just pressing Arcane Surge. I don't know why. I might be panicking. There's a swirly there, but I need that. I need that. What's happening to my character? Okay, good. Alright, my thought process when I play mage might be not as clean as when I play healer.
Look around. Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Ambush defeated? Uh-oh. I'm dead, aren't I? You missed me with these potions, by the way. My character's right here, Bran. Okay, I guess I just don't get a candle. Bran, heal me.
You'll find me.
What? Okay, I guess I'll just eat food. I guess I'll just be the healer and the DPS and you'll just fucking stand there. no. I don't have my buttons. I didn't mean to be out of invis, but I'm just... My brain is just... I'm just dead again. I don't know what to do, Brand. You better fucking heal me. I'm just gonna DPS and you better fucking heal me, Brand. Brand, please. Press button, Brand. Give me a potion or something, Brand. Brand. What do you mean it can't end like this? You didn't do anything.
The answer's here. I can feel it.
He's way better as DPS. He's equally useless with both. Don't worry. Bro, this stuff just pulls automatically. That's what's killing. Okay, now I understand what's happening. I mean, I don't know what to do. Alright, Brand, you kill it. I'm just standing here. I'm not doing anything. You kill it. I'm not doing anything. You pull it, you tank it. Idiot, Brand. But heal me, though. Heal me. What is this? Why didn't you use this before? What is this thing you're using? Brant! Delves are just impossible, you guys.
Weaken when you move. Grab one of those enchanted candles to stay safe from these shadows.
Alright, for all the people telling him... Alright, so here's what we're going to do. All the people that have been telling me to put him as DPS, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put him as DPS. We're going to go in. He's going to do nothing. And then we're going to die because he does nothing. Brand, heal me. And then all you guys after, when you guys want to type what I should have done differently, I'm just going to have all you guys type it so I can ban you one by one. So just save the backseating for one more life. And then I can ban all you guys after. Don't worry. Yep, just save it. Just save the backseating after this. You want to mine this?
Look around. There's
What do you mean look around? You're literally staring at it. Bro, what is this? What is this, bro? Alright, good work, Bran. Alright, Bran.
Nice fight! I'm going all in!
Apparently, this is how you have to beat it as mage. Alright, Bran, you get him. Alright, anyone have any suggestions for what I should have done differently there? Why not LFG this one? Out. Did fine. Play Frost. Bring a tank. Anyone else have any suggestions? Go Frostfire. LOS around Pillar. Stay further away to take less damage. Brand Healer. Blink more. Brand Tank. For all the suggestions, I filed all those. Now that I've mastered how to play mage, this should be easy. YouTube chat is immune, yeah. You guys are fine, don't worry.
Candle gets weaker when you move. Watch your steps. They'll maybe using that.
Jamie needs a new weak aura. Yeah, I have a plan for a Jamie weak aura. Okay. Dynamic mage. Power infusion. Taking it. Trigger. Buff. Aura missing. 235 450. Okay. Player unit info. What's the spell? Cooldown ready. Spell. Ins. If trigger 1. Why is this not working? Oh, active. What am I missing here? Do I even need conditions? I don't even think I need conditions. Trigger 2 isn't right. Action usable. What about action usable? Okay. Alright, nice. We have the ultimate Jane B week aura. There we go. Wait, Bran is destroying these guys now. Alright, I wanna blast this guy. Okay. That did a lot of damage to me. Okay, I guess I'll just exist with low HP now for the rest of the fight. Like, what do I do? Like, Like, I'm just sitting here, like, what do I even do? Like, I just exist now? I just don't get health for the rest of the fight? Like, what? Dude, not being a healer sucks. Like, I make one mistake and I just have to sit there with 1 HP? I just want to make mistakes and then not be punished. What should I get crafted as a 2-handed staff or disc? Yeah, crit haste is fine. Or burst, I don't think it matters too much. Okay, good thing my Arcane Phoenix has threat. Oh, like another one of these guys. I mean, like, Bran is actually helping now, so I don't know. What is this? My mana's looking low? Is that what you just told me, bro? Um...
Looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
Jing the UI for Arcane is kind of sick, actually. I feel like if for someone who doesn't know how to play Arcane, it's so idiot-proof. It actually kind of fucking owns. The fucking barrier weak aura to remind you to barrier is actually so lit. We need to have Jing the UI for Patreon subs or something stupid. Not that anyone should be actually learning anything about mage from me. Does brand disappear from party frame when you have full group? Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you have a full group, like, why do you need like just stop healing brand? Someone was asking me in my Discord about that. No, it's the opposite. Patreon subs aren't dumb. They're actually so smart that they can still use Jing UI. And they're the only ones capable.
Come here and recover some of your mana.
But Brand, when he sees one mob with 4 million HP, time to go all out. That is my Brand. Theo Gale, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. That is true. That's what I tell people to do as well. Oh shit. Wait, I shouldn't have evoed. Oh, baby. Arcane's actually fun. I like Arcane a lot. Patience test failed. Help me, Bran. Help me, Bran! Bran! Oh, so this is what you do as a DPS. You like try and do stuff. I think I pressed Frost Nova, it just didn't do anything. Talent that heals you during block? Oh yeah, that's that PvP shit. That might actually be a good suggestion for solo stuff.
Candle gets weaker when you move. Watch your steps.
Here. My health is like low. How do I make health go up? Kind of like letting Brandon tank them, hopefully. Then I just sit here. Surely my health will go up slowly, right? Okay, I'm dead. I could have invised them off, maybe. That's probably what I should have done. Oh, and I don't have potions. It's a big issue that I don't have potions. Oh, I don't even have I don't even have dragonflight potions. Holy. Okay, I think if I had potions, I would be better off. I mean, I'm in combat. It's like some gauntlet thing. It's like, I feel like probably one of the harder fights to do is mage, right? Like, I actually have to, like, know what to do and, like, to get out of combat and stuff. Oh, God. What are you doing? No! Why is my brain an idiot? Why is he going all out on me? No, dude. Why do I have idiot Bran all of a sudden? Can tier pieces show up in delve slots? Yep. Dun dun dun. Alright, here we go. This is our moment. How come he's doing... Alright, that was a good invis. I lusted and everything, but that was a good invis. Why? How come he's just hitting me?
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
Hold on, wait. Let me do this. I'm gonna do the attack strat, even though I don't have my... Oh, wait. Is it... I thought there... Is the talent that heals you during Ice Block, is that a PvP thing? I have it? Okay. It's the last capstone on the left side of the class tree. That is not what this is. It's left of mirror images. Are we... Do we know the same left and right? Like, what... Oh. Alright. Here we go, the ultimate test. How come he's just white swinging me? No, 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 no. This is not. This is not. No, 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 no. What is he doing to me? Stop hitting me! I'm a mage, stop it! Help! Bran, help me, Bran! What is this? What is this move? Why is this... Why is this guy just turning into Zangief? Dude, please! Help! Bran, help! This guy's impossible! What am I supposed to do?
I need to rest after that one. Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
All right. Here we go. Ready? New strat. This is my strat. Ready?
Grab one of those enchanted candles to stay safe from these shadows. Don't go dying on me.
Like what the f...
The candle gets weaker when you move. Watch your steps.
Make Bran heal. Are we back to that? All right, new plan, new plan. All right, new plan, new plan, new plan. You ready?
I'm going all out.
I should have waited for the next firestorm, I guess. facial errors when I was worrying about surviving. Alright, I learned how to play mage. Great thing, it's really teaching me how to play my class. My gear is broken, I have no potions, and it took me 2 attempts, but we did it.
I need to rest after that one.
Hit mastery gloves. Alright, 1 delve down.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a
May want to not do any more raids due to Blizzard banning people for infinite raid lock. Yeah. So I heard about that, by the way. Apparently there was a bug where people can do the raid. There was like a raid lockout bug where people could do it multiple times and get loot multiple times. And if you look at like the most geared people, they just have every raid item.
Wanderer. Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Okay. There's no way people that there's no way Race World abused it or did it though. Surely. Hmm.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Things are a ripoff, but oh well.
Exotic.
Should we use Carve Crest this week? In my opinion, send everything. There's no reason to hold anything anymore. You want to min-max like little stuff and alts or all that, then go ahead, but I don't recommend holding back any items anymore. Would you recommend people do to gear alts? I mean, the same thing you do on any other guy. Raid or delves or M+. Or M0s, I guess, until M+ is out. The waterworks? Oh no. Delve vaults can drop tier gear, but delves cannot. Alright, round 2. Second Jengi delve.
Careful! Totem's power will drain whenever you take a step. You won't head out to the top. Here's your take of the spoils.
What is the air purifier? there a treasure somewhere that I need to get that I'm not seeing? Oh, is it this right here?
You give that! I'm hungry! Got food?
Okay.
Roads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp. The answer is here.
Jangby is 587.
That device keeps us safe from the poison. Hold on to it.
Will Jangby fan get world first? That would be pretty dope, not gonna lie. I don't know what Hopeful's main mage is, though. I assume that's just an ult, but maybe Jangby fan gets lucky or something. I don't know. Jangby fan was his like mop remix character, I think. Actually, you know what? I said I'm rooting for Liquid, but if there is actually if Hopeful names his character Jangby fan and then gets raced to world first, then Echo has my vote. Actually, I've decided I'm that easily bought off, and hopefully you guys agree. Yeah, I'm already banned in Max's chat. Holy. Bro, mage is fun. Fuck. Immediately after playing this, I'm thinking like, dude, I'm thinking a couple of things. First of all, that I'm thinking, this is kind of fun. Like, playing a class that I'm shit at and, like, you know, doing this stuff is actually more fun than I expected it to be. It's kind of like whatever, like, it could be way more fun. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still holding to my opinion on Delves that it could be way more fun, but... Bro, like, okay, never mind. There's 3 Taskmasters here. Never mind. Huh? This whole thing with Bran, I don't really like, though. Like, the fact that I mean, is this only because he's level 38? And if I was like at a lower, oh, I don't know. I mean, it's whatever. It's week 1. Like 38 isn't that crazy. He levels very quick.
Inquiring minds just got to know.
Wait, I thought this was the thing that I had to do. Oh, this was just like an event? Oh.
Hey, we friends, okay?
You're looking a bit rough.
All right. We'll just pretend like that didn't happen. Okay. I just told off my roommates, told these noobs to fucking do their dishes. Bro, I fucking hate when roommates are slobs. That's like the worst. Also, I can't imagine being your roommate, Marco. It's gotta be a very interesting experience. I'm just dead. Like, I'm just walking. I mean, whatever. I'll just... Here you go.
Get out of the way! Keepers preserve you.
I forgot those guys had true sight. Navi lag, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
Careful! The totem's power will drain whenever you take a step.
Gotta create boundaries or they're just gonna use it. Yeah, I've been lucky enough to be able to be selective with my roommate situations where, like, you know, we're friends mutually and we don't have problems like that and we sort of get through it. But I can imagine if you were in a situation where you're just sort of living with somebody and you didn't have the choice, that it would suck really bad.
I'm going all in!
Bang.
Here, I can feel it.
Did Bran get changed again? I think Bran's just a huge fucking idiot. I don't really know what to say about Bran. But I don't want to fight these guys. All right. Yo, GM Sherry, what up? I'm a mage, yeah, we're content doing delves as an arcane mage. Wait, I need an ice ball. Damn it, I thought I had a health potion. Oh no, it's still on CD. Those spiders completely destroy me. Dude, Waterworks is hard as hell. Maybe just go Frost? Yeah. Playing a spec that you have no idea how to play is a great suggestion. Do you have a 2019 follow date? Holy. Actually, you do. November 2019. Those are like the earliest. Those are the earliest of the early. Because I think I didn't really like... That was like during BFA, like just when no one would watch me and I would like stream or whatever with like Dorky and stuff. Most people started watching me, I think, like when I got featured on Raider.io and I was on Titan Forge around like mid 2020, I think. That's like the first wave of growlers. Like what's Attack's follow date? Yeah, mid 2020. That's like when most people, anybody who wasn't like a friend of mine, like knowing someone that I pushed with or whatever, who found my stream.
Look around. There's treasure here.
I missed the objective, damn it. I didn't miss the objective. Oh, wait, is there one? No, I got it, I think. It's just bugged, I don't know. Hopefully this guy doesn't go very far.
That's more like it.
I'm hungry. Got food?
have a quick sit down to recover. Time to go all out.
So just to be clear, I was like looking up arcane stuff earlier again. Nether precision is still double dips, right? Like that's getting changed in the anniversary patch, but it's only the burden of power, whatever, that got changed, right? Because I'm actually like I forgot I learned the rotation for after the change.
It's you! You won't hit us with that one!
So we use catalyst to craft tier. If you can get 4-piece, you should make 4-piece. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it unless you're just like fiending to get 2-piece or something.
Careful! The totem's power. Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Where'd my totem go? Wait, 5% in? Well, how come you guys never told me to get this food buff? I guess I'm just gonna sit here, actually. Because I forgot I need Brand to tank the boss anyway, so... Is there any add-on which tells you which weekly quest objectives you haven't done? There is a week aura, I don't remember what it's called, that I saw everybody using. I thought it was like way too annoying and noisy, and also like you don't really need to do weekly stuff anymore. Like once next week rolls around, unless you're doing it for like for fun or for like rep or whatever, for player power, there's like no more weekly stuff that you care about. But like maybe for alts or whatever, you might want to get that week aura, I don't know. Sparks? I mean, yeah, but that's it, right? Just get your spark. There's no way he's just gonna get threat on me all of a sudden. There's no way he just randomly is gonna switch threat to me there and kill me. Dude. Oh, did I have my health potion up too? Fuck. I realized that I pulled him without health potion, and then I'm just like sitting there like an idiot, and I didn't lust. Because I'm just like, I'm probably just dead. No, we'll be okay, guys. We'll be okay. This is easy. This is easy. You can outrange the fire ability, but it's like 50 yards. You shouldn't need to like double blink, right? Just blink away. But I mean, it should be fine. Everything was fine there. I literally just didn't have health potion and I didn't know what to do. Oh, it resets when you pull. Oh, so it's literally just like a straight up boss fight. Okay. No! Dude. Oh. Why is this guy here? No, 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 no. No, 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 dude, nah, nah. What do I even do here? Yeah, I guess I just kill this guy. I could have just ran further away and invis. I forgot he had true sight. I just wasn't thinking. This. Okay, this is not good for me. Get very far away. I'm just gonna block this and then we go. Bro, like, why? He just all of a sudden is just white swinging me, man. Like, what am I supposed to do? Holy. What in the world, man? If I invis, he resets, I'm pretty sure. I can't invis. Cinderbee wax candle hat. Alright, Chris.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
My weak order for mage spells, I forked it off a guy. If you look up Grumpy Murloc on Wago, I took his. I don't have this version posted anywhere because I don't know how to play mage and I like edit it and stuff. But if you like the style or whatever, I would use Grumpy Murlocs. It's like from Afinar's old weak orders, I think. A lot of packs have too much going on. Yeah, I mean, I have some of the stuff turned off, but like, yeah, I mean, a good habit is like when you download a pack, immediately just start turning off everything. Because yeah, people just put a lot of times, like, not to like call out weak aura creators, but I feel like a lot of the good weak aura creators, like, they don't really play a lot of the specs, right? Like, they just like look up like every buff that you could possibly get and every spell that you have, and like don't really think about like, you know, they don't play the class enough to know like how to order them or what to put in or whatever. All right, this is gonna be a nice chill delve, I hope.
Take a look while you can. partake of the spoils.
I don't really care about this guy, right? I can just walk around this. But nothing's even up here. Why do I even care about this?
You won't hit us with that one.
I don't know what to do. I'm just like looking at my frame, just trying to heal myself.
Next time, let's use some hot.
Just looking at all my buttons. I guess I got a mass barrier there.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a rest.
When is maintenance? 7 to 2 hours, a little under 2 hours. Boing.
Inquiring minds just got
Boing. Boing. I motivated you to beat tier 8 delves on the mage. And you're watching me and you're like, if this idiot can do it, then I can too. I mean, I don't really understand. It says crates of mussels underwater, but like, I don't see... Did I like miss them at the very beginning? Were they all at the very beginning and I'm just dumb? Oh. Boing. Our solo tier 8s. At the item level that like you are right now, they're a little bit challenging, but they seem doable. It'll depend a lot on your spec though. I think like certain specs are fine. Like tanks and healers especially, I feel like you just do the delve slowly. You just do the delve slowly, and then like you're not really in them. Like DPS, like you can't, depending on your DPS, you can't heal yourself. So it's like when you make mistakes, you can just die. But as a healer, like you can just sort of like heal through stuff. It just becomes annoying. But use consumables and M+. I mean, yeah, most of the time. I mean, any content that you care about, you should use consumables for. Depends on, like, what quality and how many and stuff. How do you use gear as a healer? How do you just sim for damage? I mean, you sort of just like have to have an understanding of what all your stats do, and then like, you know, prefer certain things. I mean, for the most part, like, you just use high item level and you don't really care that much, but like, you know, if you're trying to accomplish certain things, then you need to figure out what you know what I mean, you got to figure out what your stats do. So like, for example, if you're just trying to do the most amount of healing, usually just looking at whatever people do in raid and looking at raid parses and class discords is a good way to start. But then, like, you know, if you're trying to, like, if you want something other than that, for instance, an M plus, you kind of have to like do just a little bit of like feely crafts or whatever, and like decide, you know, how much do I value versatility, how much do I value my damage. There's not really like an easy like, oh, just tell me how to value everything perfectly and then plug it in a calculator, you know. Like, for instance, if you're doing super high level keys, like, you probably really value damage to the point where, like, you just maximally go for damage until you think that you can't, like, literally can't heal with it. Whereas, like, you know, for most people, though, they don't exist in that world, and you should kind of, like, just look at your, like, think about your stats, you know? Be like, well, I mostly care about healing, but, like, equal, I don't mind damage, or, like, I'll drop item level, you know? Oh, that arcane orb whiffed. Okay, let's hit at least. But the short answer is no, I don't really sim, and I just kind of feel like craft it and see what other healers do. Oh no, this is a lot of stuff. What tank do you think healers hate the most? I think low-level healers really hate blood DK. I think like beginner healers or just in general in dungeons, like, you really hate blood DK because number one, it's really hard to understand like what they're like, what healing they need, and then also like blood DKs who suck, like, you don't, you know what I mean, you can't like at a high level you can rely on blood DKs to keep themselves alive, but blood DKs who suck because you're just doing lower level stuff, you don't know how to heal them, right? Because like they basically just die when they make mistakes, and it feels like that you don't have very much control as a healer.
Those spores will blow up if we hit them.
Higher level, I don't know. Certain high level healers don't like Brewmaster because Brewmaster like probably takes a little bit more healing than average. I mean, personally, I kind of like playing with Brew, but healers who are like monkey healers don't really like any tank that needs healing. Healers hate to heal. Yeah, I mean, some do. Like, some really do. Dude, what in the world are all these guys? Whoops. Is there a macro for Spirit Bloom mouse over? Apparently Spirit Bloom is just bugged with mouse overs. There's not really much you can do. Very annoying. I have no preference on healing tanks. Yeah, I'm the same way. Doesn't really matter to me. But I don't really have like many preferences on things. Oh, this guy kills me. Like, I just sort of play the game, you know what I mean? Like, to me, if I have to heal the tank a lot, to me, that's not really like, oh no, I'm having no fun. Like, I feel like a lot of healers feel that way, that it's like, oh, you know, if I have to use a bunch of globals into the tank, I'm not having fun. But that doesn't really make sense to me, you know? Here's what I'm gonna do, ready? Come on, hit something else. Brandon's like popped a seed something. Yeah, dumbest DPS. I don't know. I don't know if I feel like. To me, I feel like usually whatever DPS is like the most difficult. Like usually it's not about DPS being dumb or inconsiderate. It's about like DPS tunneling really hard on their rotation and not paying attention to other things.
What was lost, I have found.
Here we go.
Bro, ain't no way. On tilt now.
Hey, be careful. Well, maybe you should. Let's keep.
No, I just am trash. I just am trash, man. Also, I feel like it whenever the boss gets low, it like goes to you. Like it feels like it knows that you're trying to make Brand tank it, and it just, I don't know. Like, am I just being impatient? Like, if I just sit here and let Brand do this, like. Okay, I guess maybe it was just impatient or whatever. Burst and invis. It seems like if I invis, it resets the boss. Come on, map. Brilliant beacon offhand. I don't have a one hand. I wonder what my skill level on mage is relative to a average civilian. Like, to wonder about, like, how close my experience is for most people. Because I feel like this is, like, mega fine. Like, if people are complaining about this, and this is one of the more difficult classes to do it on, I feel like people are complaining way too much. But maybe I just I just don't know. Like, keep in mind, this is like the highest level rewards. Like, this is like, you know, I'm not saying everybody should be able to walk into these and do these on their first session, but like, you know, like, you're basically asking for a loot pinata. Tekrathon? Wait, is this the stupid underwater one? The mini bosses? I mean, the mini bosses were kind of overtuned, right? Like, I never really fought them, but they seemed a little ridiculous from what I saw. Oh shit, Q into LFR, log your run, and compare with other people. Is there anyone on NA right now that, that can log? I don't log, but I don't have anything set up, but that's actually a very interesting. The problem is, I feel like I'm gonna blast everybody. Like, I feel like I am Jengbi, you know? What is going on? Like, what the It's like they put that rope there and then they realized that people would be too dumb to use it, and then they just, I don't know.
Oh, the kiss means tidings, bless you, friend.
Yeah, if someone wanted to join my party on NA and do it, that would be an interesting experiment. But I actually think I'm gonna dumpster everybody at mage, like in terms of doing damage. But in terms of like using all my buttons and like solo content, I feel like I'm probably like way below, not average, but like I don't know.
They'll never use that move.
All right, you guys do a lot of damage apparently. This guy just in the ground? Is that what happened there? That was doable as healer? Yeah, that's fine. I soloed all mine as healer actually. Where is this guy going? Where is Bran? How much gear do you need? It depends a lot on your class and your ability. There's not really like a good one-size-fits-all answer. Yeah, for one-hand shield, you always want to have a shield because it's just free armor if they're equal. My main this season, I'm rating his disc. And we'll figure out what I play after that. If I want to change an M+. Get out of the way of what? I guess that's a point blank AoE that I just didn't have any animation or something. Like, thread is just broken. Like, I did one arcane blast and this, my brand is just opening up on this guy. Bran. Bran. Okay.
Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Want to buy that player profile? Well, it's for sale. Simply subscribe on Twitch and you have access to all of my in-game profiles. You literally can.
You won't hit us with that one.
Warlocks are OP. I'm pretty sure you can buy like potions or whatever too. Just like potion of water breathing. That's like the classic tech. Whoops. I pressed Niffin's aid. Yo, Noxtel, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
Here we go. Your mana is looking. Take a break.
I thought I called Niffin's aid. Or wait, does that not do anything? Oh, I thought they were gonna like aid me or something. Well, these guys have so much health. What the f— Death monk sound when I die, weak aura? I don't think that's anything that I have.
Look for the bubbles and get some air.
Boy, this is so many mobs.
Here and recover some.
Alright, or I'll just blast them down. Heroic Nexus Princess? I haven't had that happen to me, no. Although you might think that's happening to my teammates because everyone seems to mess that mechanic up. To me, it's still really hard to see if it's on you or not. Because you have to like look around at every single arrow every time.
What have we here?
Deleted.
Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Now time to wait for my CDs again. What's the spark meta? If you think you're gonna be able to do high keys like right away on Tuesday, then probably just save at this point, just to make a mythic one. But if that's not you, then just craft whatever.
Look for the bubbles and get some air.
Let's choose a thing: Resto Shaman, Disc, Holy Priest, and Evoker. Evoker. Coffee on the way. Some breakfast kind of sounds good.
You look for the bubbles and get some air.
I think there's still time to reroll. Sort of. I mean, it depends on what your goals are. Like, and it depends on who you have to play with. Like, in my opinion, there's time to reroll like weeks and weeks into the season. You know what I mean? Like, you're saying for M+, but like, what does that mean? Like, you can reroll in 3 months if you want to. Or level 8 delves the solo. They can take a little bit of time and a little bit of need for creativity, but I haven't been having too many problems as I die to this pack. Are there any sites I recommend for builds Bis consumes? I generally like Wowhead over Icy Veins. I find it's more accurate, but I'm also on a podcast that's sponsored by Wowhead, so take that for what it's worth. But I think Wowhead, I mean, that's where I go. That's where I went before.
Look for the bubbles and get some air.
Alright, someone said this boss is piss easy, so I'm just sending it.
Look for the bubbles and get some air.
Bang, bang.
Time for some dynamite. Stand back.
Murloc.io. You have to be careful with, like, I don't know, looking at top people's stuff, especially out of context. Like, I saw Murloc.io where you could, like, see somebody's stats or whatever, but, like, dude, okay, imagine like, how does it even know what they're doing in keys? Is it looking at logs of keys and only taking their talents, or is it just looking at what talents they have? Because if it's just looking, like, so often you look up someone's talents and they're in raid build, and, like, raid builds are way different than M+ builds almost all the time. Does Noggin Fogger work? I think so. Olus Bolus, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Oh, you know what sounds good is some coffee. Like hot coffee. I've been drinking only cold brew or energy drink lately just because I wanted to, like, have them stored. What if I just get a straight up coffee? That sounds good. Oh god, why is my cart so big? Oh, I was thinking about ordering breakfast. Crazy pumpkin spice waffle shit? No, no, no. Just a waffle. Waffle with some fruit spread, some bacon, coffee. To me, that's like the goated breakfast. It's like super ultra delicious, and then it's like not really that heavy. Like a waffle with some sort of fruit and bacon is like it's way up there in terms of how delicious it is. Okay, I'm gonna queue LFR just because I want to see how Jangbi does in LFR. Yo, Fire Griffin, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I like some meat in the morning. I mean, it's just no protein. That's why I have to, log in for 10Q? No, it's alright. I mean, we can if you want, but I think the queue is going to be a very long time no matter what. Do you actually need tank queue and LFR? I feel like being only 2 tanks for 5 healers in DPS. He has a partnership with a coffee roaster. That would be kind of a vibe. Have a coffee sponsorship or whatever. I'm getting this quest, but what do you think about guilds exploiting warbound drops from already saved heroic bosses? So is that the exploit? I heard that you could kill bosses repeatedly, and like this, not even just warbound stuff, but regular stuff. When it comes to warbound drops, Thyro tweeted something. Alright, you guys want to scroll Twitter? Let's see Twitter. Smock streaming on Kick now. Shout out to him. I'm sure, I know he's been working on the IRL grind. I think he's been building a house or some shit. Glad to see him get in the bag. Okay, I thought there was gonna be drama. Is there not drama? Warbands are the great. Looks like bind on warband items can drop even if you're saved to the boss. Is that it? I thought there was something else. I thought there was like you could get items from the same lockout if you just something. There was like some sort of bug with lockout. What's funny about this? I don't know the chance. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know how you guys feel, but I actually don't hate this. I actually think if you want to pug the raid 10 times to get a couple extra warbound drops, I don't really even hate that. I know that sounds wild, and it seems tough now because I don't know. I don't really have a problem with that. Like, raiders complain about stuff, but, like, if you wanted to just clear the normal raid a couple times, I don't know. I don't have a problem with that. Like, let's say you really want this trinket from raid, and you want to just farm heroic just to get a normal trinket. I don't think that's the end. Because, first of all, your chances are so low. Raiders are addicted to waiting. You know what's actually crazy that you say that? Because I bet raiders want it to get fixed just because they would do it. As crazy as that sounds. I think people would actually do that, and because they would do that, they want it to be fixed. Because they don't want to play the game, and they just want to be... They don't want that option to be able to farm the boss for something. which is like pretty fucking funny, right? Like that's one of the most WoW things ever. Pretty sure most of the top guys are sick of splits. I mean, yeah, but like, yeah, you know. Okay, so when it comes to Race to World First, that's a little bit different. When it comes to Race to World First, here's the thing. My opinion on that is, I think most of the Race to World First people really like the prep of it, and they like the min-max and the splitting and the going crazy. I think in general they enjoy it. The problem is that you can't turn that off, right? So like, for example, let's say like for a tier, someone is really busy or has something going on in their life, or like, you know, something happens to their family and like, you know, or whatever, right? They can't play the game a lot. Like, they just have no choice, right? Like, because the Race to World First requires that, it's just like super beans for them, right? But I think for the most part, a lot of these people really like doing all that grind or whatever. It's just annoying that you don't necessarily have the choice, right? Like, for someone who's like an Omega, you know, they just like Evade, right? Like, Evade is someone that might show up and like play the game, but there's no way Evade's gonna like do all that shit or want to do that shit. But like, he's someone that maybe might raid or do it. But I mean, ultimately, I think prepping, a funny thing about RPGs, but I think this is actually very true, is I think preparing for what's about to happen or what's about to release is actually one of the most fun parts about RPGs and MMOs in general. Like, I think once the content is already out and all you do is just put in the time and you move up until you're done or bored, I think is fun too, but it's like less exciting. And I think that knowing that there's something that's going to come out that you need to prepare for and like doing stuff for yourself or for your guild is actually like one of the more fun parts. And a funny example is OnlyFans. And if anyone was watching our OnlyFans hardcore raid or whatever, like, all of the prep for it and all the events were so interesting. And like, while the raid was fun and it was like, you know, the peak or whatever, it was only one day. And then like immediately the second raid or anything else was just like super good. What healer does the most damage? Probably Druid, especially Druid after it's getting buffed even more, but Presevoker is kind of good too. Presevoker to me has like easier damage. Like, if you have to heal, Presevoker is like pretty nice. Have I seen the boss kill counts on the top gear characters? Yeah, so I heard, we were just talking about that. Basically, you can farm heroic bosses to get warbound gear or woo gear. Are tier 8 delves doable? Oh yeah. I actually just did all the tier 8 delves on my mage. It's definitely a little bit of a challenge if you're not either geared or very good, but it's within reason, I would say. I don't know what you guys think. Mage has got to be like, Arcane Mage is probably one of the hardest specs to do it on, right? Like, just thinking about your ability to self-heal and like the armor that you have. I'm not saying it's super hard, but like, I can't think of many classes that are that hard to do it on. Alright, LFR, Jang B, here we go. Okay, first of all, we're moving our raid frames up there.
I have redirected forces loyal to me.
Everyone's telling me to play Frost, guys. I'm not asking for a better spec. Never mind.
Otherwise, you will be encumbered with additional forces.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened to me, but I'm mad. Bro, I had no anythings. Trying to figure out my parlay for DraftKings. Wait, can you actually do that? Is there a Race to World First? Yo, I'm so doing that. Bro, we're putting like some ridiculous stupid amount of money on some terrible parlay and losing it. That sounds amazing. A WoW parlay on DraftKings or any other site that is not sponsored or anything. By the way, here we go. Jangby. Okay. I'm not doing that. Okay, I did not. Oh my god, my arcane surge window. No. Nobody's gonna pick up any of these, are they? Feed boss. Huh? Bro, this isn't fair. Why can't I hit the boss? Where's the boss? What? Bro, I'm getting... No! No! Where's the boss? Bro, what's happening? Like, boss frame? I can't. I actually can't. My parse! Bro, what is this? Bro. This is all I can do. Am I even doing damage? Try target of target. Bro, I can't click on the boss. I'm really neat on this item that I don't need because I'm pissed.
Let the royal guard fish their corpses from the pool. The harvest cannot be interrupted.
Have a weak aura that targets the boss. Shut the hell up.
Destroy the invaders before they ruin the harvest.
Wait, so everybody just leaves? Why is the entire group leaving? Locked for other bosses? Actually, dude, this trash sucks. Why is everyone saying next boss XD? It's LFR, all the bosses are easy. Man, what is this? I've never even seen this. How did they even... I've never even seen this before.
The queen will have her prize.
I don't think you can reset this next boss. Edge. Our guild has tried to reset this boss, and we cannot do it. But I'll take your guys' word for it. Twitch chat knows better. I think this raid is fun. Okay, this trash sucks. All of this trash should just get deleted. And all the other trash in the raid. I think the raid for heroic was really fun. I've had a lot of fun raiding. I had a shit ton of fun in our pug yesterday. Are they just gonna instantly pull the boss when it's up? Probably, right? Pause champ. Nice cocoon. No, what are they doing? No, what are they doing? Split into two groups, bro? Just pull this. Oh no, I just shifting power during my arcane surge. Oh no, I forgot how to play mage. Wait, how did everyone just die to that mechanic? Like how? It's not even. It just. Wait, I'm just dead. How am I dead? One heal? Alright, I hate LFR. I'm going to get my food. All right, well, that was a good experiment. Oh shit, I got an extra piece of bacon. Oh. Rodagor, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Is there any good YouTube content we're gonna watch real quick? All right, yo, let's watch this. Shout out to Metro. Metro makes banger content. This video has successfully clickbaited me with a very good stream title, or a very good video title. The video title is, how would you react to this in a pug dungeon as a healer? Hopefully this has also successfully clickbaited you guys.
Today we are here with the first review of The War Within, and this is a very different review. Normally we focus on Mythic Plus. You guys know that. This is not a Mythic Plus. Obviously Mythic Plus isn't even out yet. This is a normal dungeon, and what I'm going to show you guys today is something I really want your thoughts on. You see the title of the video. What I'm asking you with that...
TLDR, this guy pugs a lot. He makes lots of videos on pug content. He does reasonably high keys as well, and he just makes videos about pugs and pug life.
That is, if you found yourself in this position of the 5th player, how would you feel about this? What would you do? Just be truthful. No reason not to be. I think this
We're
is
gonna be
an
truthful.
Interesting discussion no matter
Chat,
what side, whether
be
you
truthful.
rage, whether you instruct, whether you try to be calm and observe. Just tell me the truth about this, because I think this is a problem that's honestly endemic with the game. It shows you guys probably what the reality is for new players in this game. Let's put it that way. I'm going to set this up and tell you guys that this is an incredibly popular YouTube channel that is playing World of Warcraft. There's 4 of them together, and then the healer is a pug, and they're doing a normal dungeon, the first dungeon they've ever done.
Ooh. Popular YouTuber with 3 friends and 1 pug healer. Every healer already knows what the video's gonna be. Every healer already knows.
3 of them have never played the game before in their lives, from what I could tell. The person who is on like the face cam here recording this, he has played the game. I was looking through, it looks like he's played like some mop and before that as well. I don't know about recently. I thought this was a very, very interesting piece of footage to review, because you don't really see this perspective ever. And I think the way it goes down is, you know, we could laugh at it, we could also learn from it, but honestly, it's such a unique piece of footage. It's like seeing a unicorn in the wild. Like, you never see footage from somebody who is like willingly putting out high quality content that is playing the way these guys are playing. On the top right of the screen, pay attention to the time. This is a normal dungeon, so we don't have the luxury of the Mythic Plus timer. We're not gonna be able to see like
Okay,
deaths and how long
11:20.
this takes, but you can tell how long it takes because there's an in-game clock. So they start the dungeon at 11:20. Just keep an eye on that throughout the footage. We'll come back to that. They got 4 guys pretty much playing the game for the first time. 1 guy's played the game before. This is what the dungeon looks like. We actually have a DPS chart on the screen, which is very rare. I think like new players typically don't understand that that might be something somebody might want to see. And yeah, I think you're going to see immediately some of the problems here. Again, I'm not doing this review to critique their gameplay, but it's just such a shocking thing to see. So yeah, as of the very beginning of the dungeon, it looks like the tank was probably not familiar. There he is running backwards there. Not familiar with what like any part of the dungeon looks like. So he's like not prepared to pull the trash, and everybody kind of pulls the trash, and it just devolves like hardcore. Like we got mobs all at the entrance, and one of the funniest things I've ever seen happen. You can see the hunter towards the right of the screen. Watch what happens with this character. The rogue dies. The hunter is like backpedaling away from trash, thinking maybe that will get him to safety, and in so doing, he actually walks out of the dungeon portal. Probably less than 90 seconds has gone by here, and this is what the dungeon looks like. Again, think about it. 4 people who are all together, and you're the healer. You look at the DPS chart, the healer is basically doubling everybody else's damage, and this is why I wanted to make the video.
Wait, this is damage? Oh no, this is damage.
The healer is basically doubling everybody else's damage, and this is why I wanted to make the video, because there's a lot of people out there who are just learning the dungeons for the first time, and they're feeling oppressed by, you know, individuals in the runs with them. Now luckily these guys, like I said, are 4 versus 1, so if a healer did put some kind of pressure, like social pressure on them, they would probably win any argument. And you know, if you ever watch these guys' content, obviously this is a big part of their humor and their brand, so it's probably never going to come to that. But you know, could you imagine if it was truly 4 people who were just trying to play the game for fun and enjoying it, what this might feel like to be seeing this type of failure? Now, I think a lot of people probably don't actually know what they're looking at in terms of failure. If you've never played the game before, you probably have no idea. I'm assuming whoever edited this does have an idea, though. They have multiple healers leave them. Okay, now the edit shows like, I think the number ultimately gets up to like 14 healers leave. As you see, they have a new monk. We can't count, we don't have the raw footage here, but I'm gonna take their word as probably exaggeration.
No way.
Like, I assume they did not actually count 14 healers leaving, but again, if you look at the actual in-game timer, you never know. That might actually be the real number. I think the way the game grows organically, though, is when new players find themselves in this situation where they're
No way. Look at this. Mean scene. You see this? Here's the Mistweaver. Ready?
them. Okay, now the edit shows like, I think the number ultimately gets up to like 14 healers.
They're still in the first pack, and now there's a new healer, Kenshi.
As you see, they have a new monk. We can't count, we don't have the raw footage here, but I'm gonna take their word as probably exaggeration. Like, I assume they did not actually count 14 healers leaving, but again, if you look at the actual in-game timer, you never know. That might actually be the real number. I think the way the game grows organically, though, is when new players find themselves in this situation where they're genuinely not aware of what they're doing.
New healer again. Muck Bionic. They're 11 minutes in the dungeon, by the way.
People who should be able to help them actually do so. At no point in this footage does anybody actually say any type of words of encouragement or really anything at all. Again, it's heavily edited, so we don't know every single conversation that might happen, but almost nothing ever gets said in any type of instructional way. Obviously, if you're looking at the DPS chart, you know, you see even the healing priest doing only 20k. Now, I think this brings up a bigger question here because these are obviously 4 boosted characters. Again, the rogue actually has played, this is his original character from what I can tell, and he just probably got the boost.
I mean, like, okay, first of all, I sort of, like, I understand what Metro's saying, but, like, where do you even start, right? Like, and again, I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong by being new to the game or being bad, right? I'm not saying that at all, but the BM Hunter is doing half of the damage as the Disc Priest. So, I mean, like, where, like, what am I, like, you know what I mean? Am I supposed to tell him how to DPS? Like, you know, I feel like, where do I start here? Like, I think as a healer, you just have to decide. I'm personally a big not say anythinger until I'm asked. Like, if this hunter is like, bro, what am I doing wrong? I'm doing no damage. I'm going to be like, hey, man, like, I would check out wowhead.com. I would look up a guide, like, look at the rotation, or maybe, you know, look at Bancher's stream. Like, you know, I would help him, right? But I'm not going to tell this guy to look up a wowhead guide unprovoked in a key because he's doing, like, you know what I mean? I think, but anyway, like, again, if they're not failing mechanics, that's one thing, but at this level of, like, you know, being brand new to the game, you know, you just kind of got to let people game. And if you want to leave, that's fine. They'll get a new healer, but I think you got to let them game here.
unlocked gear that you get when you haven't been online in a long time. But these characters are straight up just like not pressing globals for like 50% of the encounter, doing stuff like this where the tank is just like backpedaling into more trash. They are going to actually wipe to this, and you know, at the time of doing so, you see the healer is actually the top DPS in the group at 22k. So my question to you is, if you guys have ever actually boosted a character, what is like the maximum theoretical damage that that character can do? I'm not fully understanding exactly what kind of gear they're getting because I've never really been a part of this culture where you're, you know, just picking up a character and taking it right into group content. I get it, they're not really pressing spells, but like, is 40k a tenth of what could be done? Like, or I don't know, I'm not really sure what kind of gear you get from boosting.
I don't know, I mean, this guy's, he's
feels
pressing
like Blizzard
buttons.
setting them up for failure, because I'm looking at their character on the armory and it's like, wow, this is garbage gear. Like, this character is so bad compared to people who would have been
8? No. 11:48? They've been in the dungeon for 28 minutes and they just... No. 28 minutes?
playing in Dragonflight, that if they actually did compare themselves to each other, they'd probably feel really, really bad about themselves, and they might quit because of that. So the healer, the priest, who is at least the third healer, he leaves. Now they got a fourth healer. Again, the edit says that this is their 7th healer, or perhaps their 8th healer, and they're actually going to kill this boss this time. They're still trash up, right? Cautionary tale: when you're new to dungeons, clear out the entire room. Don't ever try to do what these guys did here, where they're only pulling the boss.
Okay, I'm seeing a problem. Okay, so I think I've identified one problem. Is it seems that according to details, the hunter is BM spec, but I don't actually see any pets. I'm not sure. I'm not a hunter specialist, but I think with BM, you may want to have a pet.
Boss, you're gonna get away with it.
This is actually, do you guys see a pet?
I've done very few normals, but the few
I don't see any pets, right? I'm not an expert at hunter.
It's hard to believe that this is this difficult, and I don't know how many deaths there are, but as you see on the screen, the person who is recording this, their gear is almost entirely broken. So you got to imagine that's at least 5 full deaths. Now the funny part is,
oh no, they have broken. Ooh.
Is they are going to kill the boss. They fight this trash, and you see Blub, the top damage on this trash currently. He's now no longer in the group. So they have another counter on the screen saying that they're now on their 8th healer. That guy just left, presumably because he saw the DPS chart. I don't know. I like I said, you guys tell me, if you were in this position, what would you do? If you are almost like a bystander in this situation, what would you do? Would you lend aid? Would you, laugh? Would you ridicule? Like, just be truthful. It's totally fine, because I'm actually...
My personal opinion is like, I'm not okay. So if someone literally has broken gear, like if I notice some guy has red gear and they're like, you know what I mean? That's something where I would be like, hey, your gear's broken. You know what I'm saying? Or like, hey, your pet isn't out, right? Like, to me, those are things where, like, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just like trying to, like, clearly they don't know, right? Like, clearly they don't know, and then these are either basic things that they weren't taught or just aren't aware. And so I feel like that level of interjection is fine, right? Like, hey, you don't have a pet and you're a BM hunter. Or like, hey, your gear is broken. Or like, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. But I mean, that's like very basic. Like, there's not many things that I'm going to say unprovoked or whatever. And I generally lean on the side of just letting people play, and in a situation like this, normal group finder or whatever, like, I think leaving is fine, right? Like, I think being a healer and being like, bro, these guys, like, you're not obligated to spend an hour in a normal dungeon because you queued into people that don't know how to play, right? And these guys are clearly laughing at it, right? Like, these guys aren't like, oh no, I hate this game, I'm quitting. Like, they're all laughing and having a good time and mucking around, right? Like, they're not like, they're joking about the healers that are leaving. Like, they know they suck and they're learning, and that's like, you know, it is what it is. Like, you know, to leave and get queued into another run, I think is fine. When it comes to like raids or, you know, M0s or like group content, I mean, that's kind of on you. But I mean, in my opinion, like, that sort of stuff filters out, right? Like, by the time these guys get to a normal raid or get to M0s, like, they won't be like this, right? Like, they will have learned at least something. And then at that point, then you're sort of like, you know, maybe you do have to stick with it, or maybe you do have to like try and help or whatever. But up till like at this point in the game, like, again, these are like brand new people. Like, I'm not trying, again, like, if someone asks, if some guy's like, bro, what am I doing wrong? Like, I'm a tank and I just feel like I die to every pack. What's happening? You know, I'm gonna be like, hey man, like, shield block is a good ability, like Iron Fur is a good ability, press that. Like, hey, by the way, you're using an intelligence weapon on a bear, right? Like, okay, if someone asks or whatever, I'm gonna say something, but you know, I don't think in a normal leveling dungeon it's your place to try and like tell people what to do or what they should be doing.
Eager to hear what people are saying about this. So anyway, the new healer, you know, no problems at this point, but they're now 30 minutes into this dungeon and they've killed one boss. We fast forward in the video.
This is another new healer, by the way.
Now to 12:07, so it takes them like, what's that, 16 minutes to clear all of that trash in those 2 hallways. To me, if this is a true number, it's that people are simply leaving because of DPS. I can't see any evidence that they're failing to this trash. Like when they're fighting it, you see like it's not even really that difficult. Like watch, the shadow stuff is on the ground, fellas are just standing in it for multiple ticks. Look at the health pools, nobody's even dying. Look at this, they're just bathing in this, right? One person finally dies, he just dies to like very low chip damage from standing in that mechanic. He's instantly gonna release and they're gonna wait for him. They wait like at least a minute, it looks like, and I think maybe they get baited. On the minimap you see the character, the dot is
okay, this is another one, right? Hey, first of all, you guys can't see this, by the way, but the road, like, okay, so watch this.
fellas are just standing in it for
so he's standing in all this, right?
Nobody's even dying. Look at this, they're just bathing in this, right? One person finally dies, he just dies to like very low chip damage from standing in that mechanic. He's instantly gonna
now look at this in the chat. You can't really see it that well, but the rogue types heal me in all caps. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know if he's memeing or what. Obviously it's edited or anything like that, but now we're entering like territory where, you know, maybe you're like, you know, again, if some, like, this is my personal opinion on how the internet works, okay? I think you should be respectful to people. I think generally you should just stay in your lane and not really worry about things unless you're asked. If some guy talks shit to you or is assuming that it's your blame or whatever, open up on him. Then I don't care, right? Then there's no, like, you know, once someone, look, I love talking shit on the internet. Talking shit on the internet as someone who's been around for a while, that's like one of the great pastimes, you know? So if some guy wants to engage in shit talking on the internet with me, I'm like, great, you know, this is great. You know, it's like, think of it like boxing, you know? If you're, like, boxing is such like a cool sport to engage in and it's so physically demanding, but you don't just go around and box random people, right? But if some guy is like, and there's a boxing ring and some guy's like, oh, hey, let's box, like, hey, no problem, you know, beat the shit out of the guy. Like, that's sort of how I feel about internet shit talking. But, I mean, okay, but what I wanted to say before I noticed this heal me thing was, this is another example of, telling people things, right? So, for example, this guy just released when the pack was almost dead. I think as a healer, it's totally fine to say, hey man, like, when you die, don't release right away because I can res you and then we can continue, right? Like, that's something, again, I think it's totally normal to say to, like, newer people or whatever. Like, clearly they don't know and they're just like, you know, and again, you know, I don't think you should be a smart ass, but, like, you know, you can say, hey, don't release, I can res you, you know? Like, I don't really think that's fine to say, or I do think that's fine to say. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing to point out, right? Like, again, little things that it's like, when someone makes it very obvious that they don't understand, like, basic mechanics of the game and you just are helping them explain the mechanics, like, that's fine. But to be like, you know, correct, you know, like, I guess, like, okay, let's say there's a swirly, right? And someone stands in a swirly, like, typing in the chat, by the way, don't stand in swirlies. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not really, like, productive, because to me, that's like, you know, generally when people stand in swirlies, it's not that they don't know that it's bad. It's that they're worrying about other things and you know, their brain is overloaded with things, right? Like, for instance, this, and again, maybe I'm giving these guys too much credit, but when I see this and this guy just standing in here, I assume, like, his eyes are down here or they're over there, right? Like, he's not looking at his character to see this is going on, and he's like, you know, his inventory is open or like something, right? I'm not assuming that these guys literally don't know that this is bad. Like, maybe I'm giving too much credit to people, but to me, I don't need to know anything about World of Warcraft to know that this is bad to stand in this.
Double ticks. Look at the dot, and they're gonna. You see the character, the dot is near them, but he's actually on the upper level, so he's not there. So now they are going to pull without all 5 players here. Okay, and again, you could take a look at the hunter. He is kind of just not. I'm not really sure. I think at this point his gear is totally broken, because if you know the rogue's gear was totally broken, or to the point where it was very close to being totally broken, I'd imagine everybody's gear has now broken to some degree. Whether or not they're aware of it, I don't know. But as you see, the hunter up in the corner actually just not doing anything, not even on the chart right now, just kind of gets hit by that mechanic, and then they kind of cut away and he's dead. So I assume he probably just died in that corner. Did 11,000 damage to this boss, and the boss is going to die. That's how easy normal mode is. Another thing that's shocking about this footage is just like how easy this content actually is, that they're able to clear it with basically, I mean, I don't even know that this equals 1 normal DPS. The 3 of them together, I mean, at this point they have effectively a quarter of a DPS here, and now he's dead too. So they're gonna solo save it, and they're gonna be really excited about that. I want you guys to hear what that sounds like.
Let's go, Dad!
Die! Heal me!
I can't even see his health bar.
Bro, it's so low. It's so low, bro. It's like 2 more hits, bro. Heal me! He's healing.
Yeah.
No, you got it. You got it. You got it. Yeah!
No.
Sorry,
there you go. Nah, Dez might be the mightiest warrior.
I'm sure part of it is for, you know, the theatrics of the whole video in the first place, but it's just cool to see, man. It makes me think of a different time in WoW where it was okay to be a new person, and it felt that good when you finally overcame something. And it kind of honestly kind of warms my heart, because it feels like, wow, it's a reaction that is something that would not normally happen.
They're just swimming around
with their head down, like, oh, I can't believe how much we failed at this point in the game. These guys are genuinely having fun with it and kind of succeeding despite all odds. It's actually really shocking that they're able to clear this dungeon, and it shows you just how much kind of bad.
They've been in the dungeon for an hour and 12 minutes, by the way. This is another healer. This is not the same healer that was here for the second boss. So I think that edit is general. Like, I think they actually lost 14 healers in this dungeon. Like, I don't think that was a fake edit. I think, do you guys agree? I think genuinely they lost 14 healers over the course of this dungeon, if I had to guess. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, someone zones in and then sees them down here and then leaves or whatever, but I think genuinely they lost 14 healers in this dungeon.
Play a normal dungeon can sustain. Like, truthfully, have you guys ever seen this level of ineptitude in any content before?
Okay, ineptitude is a little bit severe, but
never see. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen this, and it's shocking that they're still able to succeed. I think that says something else entirely. But as you see, like, this was the previous boss, right? So they
okay. Ineptitude, lack of skill or ability. Technically, that wasn't okay. Technically, that's fine, I guess, right? Like that, he's not saying that in a mean way. He's just saying like these guys are so brand new. Like, yeah, okay.
Did this? There's the healer, right?
I just didn't know exactly what that word meant.
Here. He actually reses them, which is really funny. This is at 12:14. The next cut is at 12:23. 9 minutes later, they have another healer. This is not really that much trash. Takes them 9 minutes. They're pulling this trash.
Wait a second. What? Bro, the boss is right here. It's 12:14. This is the room right here that they're in. There's one bag of 3 mobs, and it took them 9 minutes? I mean, I really want to see the source of this. Like, what?
Funny. This is at 12:14. The next cut is at 12:23. 9 minutes later, they have another healer. This is not really that much trash. Takes them 9 minutes. They're pulling this trash at 12:24. 12:32. They're ready to fight the boss. They're about to wipe here pretty much. 12:33. Pretty much like everything's falling apart. They're not handling the ads properly. Here's another cut. 12:47. Another healer here. They're kind of making a little progress. Like if you watch the video, it does sound like they're learning a little bit about the fight. They're brainstorming on how to improve. And then at this point, it kind of gets a little wacky. I guess maybe to ham up the commentary in the video, they start blaming the healer, which is really funny because this guy also done 0 DPS. I think like if you're a healer in this group and you got people not auto attacking for like 30 minutes.
Bro, no. No, bro, no. They're in a normal dungeon for an hour and a half and they're vote kicking a healer. Bro,
At a time,
no.
you probably want to just put up flame shock. But hey, that's a different conversation for a different day. So the guy's going to say something in, I imagine that's Spanish. Let's take a look at what it actually says when you Google translate it. Obviously, either some kind of slang or some kind of typo. You guys, if you do speak Spanish, please let me know if you...
Any translators? I don't know what I don't know what it says, but
understand what this guy's actually saying and what Google Translate is getting wrong. It says it's just that they don't stick, or when I read this, my first inclination is thinking that the guy's talking trash in some way. I don't really understand like the nuance.
I mean, you assume that before you even see the translation.
Of what is being said or why it would being said. None of that makes any sense to me. But yeah, they're kind of gonna jokingly blame the healer. Comment gets said like the guy may not be at fault, but he's not good enough to carry us, and they're gonna kick him, which is kind of...
Oh, okay. Okay, like I get there. I get.
Rough to watch. After presumably many healers coming in and out, they're actually going to kick somebody, and that we're now at 1250 at this point. 1250 again. Back to the start of the footage. 1120. They're an hour and a half into normal dungeons, and they're not finished with it. So 8 minutes later, healers that quit on his counter, that comes back on the screen. It makes me think that they got multiple healers in that 8 minutes, and they all left and maybe had more pulls and wipes. They got this guy. He's going to stick with them. He's actually doing damage too. Good. This is really nice. The only one who's actually going to conversate with them to some level, and I think this is why I wanted to make the video so much, because I saw this and it made me think like, man, if any of these guys actually tried to help or tried to instruct, I think this could have gone so different, and it probably would have been a different video for these guys. You know, this is a 1-point-something million sub YouTube channel that is producing content for World of Warcraft. Blizzard is obviously putting out the feelers for influencers to try to cover the game that don't normally do this, and these are the results of it. Like, I think this is bad all around. You know, the person publishing this isn't necessarily representing the game in a very healthy way here by doing this, but the fact that the person who is not being paid by the company to play the game is kind of...
This guy says, "Are you guys that bad?" That's what the guy says. All right, I'm gonna let Metro cook here, but I was waiting to see this. Maybe this is what he means, but
cycling through these dungeons like over and over again, new healers not contributing, not really saying anything. I don't know if that's more damning than the actual footage. I don't know. But the guy says, "What is that damage? Hunter, did you even have your pet summoned?" And yes, a astute eye will have noticed that...
Bro, he's been playing a BM hunter with no pet for an hour. He's been in the dungeon like
that the person playing the hunter had never had a pet out. He's based on, I think that's Skada, by the way. Based on the Skada chart there, he is actually playing Beast Mastery Hunter as well. They're reacting to this in the video now that, you know, they're all very, very, very low DPS, but he's basically, I don't even know what spells you have as a BM Hunter if you don't have a pet out. 102 at this point, 108 now, so 6 minutes have gone by. There's obviously some conversation happening. You could see it on the screen, and I don't really know what gets said originally. The shaman says, "Have you looked up a guide? You should be using like significantly more damage." He says you should be using like significantly more damage. It's a Storm Rage shaman. So yeah, anyway, that leads me to believe, and like how much time went by and the healer didn't leave or anything like that, that leads me to believe that there was some moment going on. Up until that point, I see no actual evidence for it, and you know, again, we don't have the raw footage, so we can't really see what went on in this nearly 2 hours they're in this dungeon. But you got to assume that at no point did anybody actually look at the damage chart and just say like, "Hey guys, you know, if you used spells, you'd be doing better damage than we would have been done an hour ago." But yeah, they are actually going to successfully kill the boss here. Again, kind of despite all odds. Like
holy
I said,
BM Hunter
can be done. Even the tank
doing it.
17,000 DPS. It's only gonna, I mean, if you came as a tank with that DPS, you would lose threat to like most healers, right? I just don't necessarily know if a lot of this is scaling, if a lot of this is the situation with pre-mades, like the gear that they're getting given. I don't really know. But you see how excited they are. I'll let you guys listen to that too. Before we do though, I just want to highlight again what's said in the chat. The shaman actually congratulates them. He does congratulate them, then says this: "Look up a rotation guide." They need more help than that. The shaman says it'll help out a lot, but he does say great recovery, attaboy rogue, good luck.
Aww.
Great ending to this. Again, I want you guys to hear the adulation, the exultation. They are legitimately excited about this one way or the other.
Get to him, get to him, get to him.
I got a crystal on me. I'm about to break him.
Oh,
I'm about to kill him, I'm about to kill him, I'm about to kill him.
Get him, get him. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
1:20, so it's been 1 hour and 50 minutes, by the way.
Let's get it! Let's go! That's how you do it! Let's go!
So I don't know, when I saw that, I knew I wanted to feature this. I knew I wanted to show that there are moments for new players out there that can still be exciting, even if, you know, the dungeons are set up in a way, like, I think a lot of people criticize the game that, like, you know, they never really learn anything. And I think really the biggest critique I can give Blizzard here is that you kind of set these people up for failure. Like, I get it, you're just after whatever their influence is on them playing the game, but they don't really know what they're doing. You give them characters that are like well above the competency level that they should have. You know, back in the day, you would have had to level this character, you would have learned about these spells, you would have put a talent point in at a time and read the spells. It's pretty clear to me that, you know, these guys probably did not fully pay attention to what anything about their class was offering them. And obviously they don't understand the core mechanics of what a dungeon should look like, where you're, you know, regularly trying to press globals of damage and move out of mechanics and help each other survive and do things that are what we believe to be conducive to success. And I know this isn't a Mythic Plus or anything competitive, and like I said, I'm not trying to bash on anybody, but the fact that the other people in the group, the healers that keep cycling in and out, none of them can really get them over the hump either. Let me know what you guys think about this. I thought this was a really interesting, almost like kind of like a human interest story for World of Warcraft, and it's good to see influencers like this who don't normally dip their toes into the game hovering. Wow, I think this is a really healthy time for World of Warcraft. There's a lot of rumor and rumbling about this game now having the highest amount of subs ever. I guess that's in no small part due to China returning. This feels like a second rebirth for World of Warcraft. Legion was the first one. The War Within is the next one. The game's never been better.
All right, anyway, shout out to Metro. That was a banger video. That was a banger find. Give him a like. That was a very, very good one. Oh, I tried to put it in the I mean, I don't know. See, like, here's what's weird about it, right? Here's what's weird about it is I mean, like, day 9, wow. So I talked about this video, by the way. So this is a video that I watched, by the way, to put it into perspective. So this is a video. So my understanding is that that was a normal dungeon too, right? So here's a video. This is day 9. Day 9 is a gamer, but he doesn't know anything about WoW. Okay. Like, his gameplay,
where it will look good from the ground, but when you
this is like his gameplay, right? This is what he's doing.
Like, that looks insane.
Like, this, while he's a serious gamer, he is not a serious WoW gamer, right?
Music has been largely invisible to me.
This is like
very, very just.
This is him, right? Like, this is his gameplay, right? Like, he's just vibing. He's like brand new, just like chilling, exploring the game, right? Played a little bit of retail before, played a little bit of classic, but like in the single digit of hours, right? Okay. And to put it into perspective, and I've shown this on stream before, but
like Magic the Gathering.
So watch this. How
it's felt thus far.
To put it into perspective, why I'm a little bit confused about that last video. So watch this.
Like this. If I want to start digging and learning certain mechanics, I can do that. What just happened?
So he's flying around, right? He's doing this for 18 minutes, flying around when he just got to the expansion. Accidentally flies into the rookery, right? He enters the dungeon not knowing what it is, just like flying through, and he sees a little thing. So he enters the rookery. Okay.
The rookery?
Doesn't know what it is, right? He's a single person, right? Just, he's level 70, single guy, right? Same exact situation, brand new install of the game, no add-ons, right?
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
He doesn't know yet, right? He's brand new. He has no idea even what this is, that it's a dungeon, right? He's just like, he's existing.
Okay.
Look at him. So he just is vibing, right? Like he's just vibing, right? He has no idea, right? It's not like he's an expert. So now this is 7:38, right, when he enters this dungeon, he actually makes it all the way to here, okay, and kills the boss by himself, right? This isn't like he kills the boss, levels up from the boss, right?
In my life, I've seen this. Ah!
Right? Like,
Oh, I fucking did it.
that's right. He basically is doing it in the same time that that entire 5-man, Day 9, who's someone who doesn't even know how to play the game and is, like, you know, using default UI, brand new WoW player or whatever. And, like, again, right, the fact that he's in a dungeon for 20 minutes soloing it shows, like, he's not... but, like, how... in what world did... like, he doesn't even have details. Like, at least that other guy had details, right? So I don't understand how it actually took them. Day 9 knows what he's... but I mean, I don't know. Look, but... so how those other guys took that long... like, to me, 2 hours in a normal dungeon, like, I don't know, I'm interested to see the footage of, like, what is happening, right? Like, those are people, I guess, that didn't... I don't know. Like, maybe it's literally, like, they just installed the game, right? But, like, I don't know. But anyway, to wrap it up, right? Here's Day 9. To wrap it up, right? The perfect summary of this.
Stuff. Wow, I didn't do that very well at all. I hit this a bunch. Wraith Walk.
Read some of his abilities, trying to figure out what he could have done better, right? He's kind of he's piecing together, right? He's taking these contextual clues that I just spent 20 minutes doing this. Maybe this shouldn't be like this. What was I missing something, right? He doesn't know anything about WoW, but he's trying to, like, figure out what was going on, right?
From that. Feels nice. All right.
14 gold from that, he says. Now he's here, right?
Wait, hold on. How do I make food? Oh, wait a minute.
Right? Trying to figure out how to heal himself.
How do I heal up outside of just standing still?
This is the food, right?
Like some food and stuff.
He's almost there. Unfortunate that he doesn't see this. Okay, found a health potion. Good enough.
You know, I'm worried about dying, but I'm gonna just keep doing this shit. Is this maybe not the way you're supposed to go down here? Uh-oh. Oh, God. All right. All right. I'm leaving.
All right, I'm done.
I'm leaving.
That was good. And just walks out.
I don't even want to do it. I wanted to fly. Become a dragon. Dude, this game is, like, ideal for fucking around.
So how, like, that's his level of, like, understanding and care about the game, right? He didn't even know what he was in. He just is walking around, he finds stuff, and he's basically clearing the content in the same time as a 5-man? Like, I'm trying not to be elitist here, but I'm kind of wondering, right? I'm kind of wondering how it took them so long. WoW player leaves after a first boss. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think he... And again, I'm not trying to flame Day 9. I'm mainly flaming the other guys of wondering, like, how it's content bait. But I mean, like, I don't know. Like, that's next level. That's next level of content baiting. If they... I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't even understand. You have access to your UI if you give Prime through Twitch. Yep. Prime, anything works. Or Patreon, or regular sub, or if you get gifted sub, none of that matters. Okay, apparently the servers went down. I should have strategized my breakfast and watching stuff. With that. We finally did it. We hit 1600 rated PvP. Oh shit. Good work, Drogo. Dude, Tanner still gotta carry me to 1600. How does rating work in PvP? Do we need to, like, power down level my teammates? Like, do I need to queue with multi-clad people, and then we queue together, and then once we get stuck, then they downrank? And then we queue again, and then they keep downranking? Hardcore servers are up? Oh shit, log in. I watched their streams. One time they wanted to play Left 4 Dead. It took one dude almost an hour to make a Steam account. Well... Pika could just carry you? I mean, I don't know. Oh, Pika. You guys are talking about Peekaboo. I'm thinking Pika like the Prot Warrior, that guy. And I'm thinking, like, dude, me and Pika are gonna get fucking owned. Like, what do you mean, Pika? Dude, me and Pika are gonna get trashed. Like, is Pika some ownage PvPer? I didn't know. That's Peekaboo to carry me? I mean, I'm not gonna be like, hey, Peekaboo, by the way, I'm a big PvEer, carry me. I mean, I would hella collab with Peekaboo. Like, Pika owns. Like, I would literally take Peekaboo and do M+ with him and try and get, like, plus 10 key on the first day or something with Dorky. Like, we would 100% do that. I would hella collab with Peekaboo, but I'm not gonna, like, I don't know. To me, it's just, like, weird. But I'm sure he wants to be doing arenas and shit. You and Dorky would do 3s of them for a video, but I mean, like, I don't know. That's not, to me, that's, like, whatever. Like, imagine some guy came up to me who I didn't know and was like, yo, I got this sick idea for a collab. I fucking suck. Why don't you and Dorky play with me in M+? That would be sick. Like... You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not really, you know, from your guys' perspective, you would be like, oh, wow, that would be great. Like, you know, but for me, like, going up to some guy and be like, hey, I got a great idea. Like, do you know how many people message me? Do you know how many people message me? Do you remember when I did the video for bring a viewer to a 20 key or whatever? And shout out to Malort, by the way, but the main reason that video popped off, I think, was because he was such a good sport about it, and he was great for the video. There's been so many people that have DM'd me since that video that have been like, yo, I have a great idea for content. Okay? I suck, and you and Dorky invite me, and then I'll do a 20 key with you guys. And I'm just like, what do you mean that's a good idea for content? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, me messaging Peekaboo and being like, yo, I have a good idea. You carry me in arenas. I found the original video that you just watched. Well, you found the original video, but, like, is it the whole thing or is it the edited version? Because I want to see, like, actually what they were doing for 9 minutes while they killed 3 trash mobs. Peekaboo might actually do that. I mean, he might, but, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna be that guy, I guess. Look, I'll leave it up to you guys. If you guys want to hit him up and be like, you know, bug him or whatever in his chat, but I'm not telling you guys to do that. I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna do it. It's the whole thing. Yo, can you link it, Spider-Man? Wait, 17 minutes. No, not 17 minutes. You're looking at the edit. Well, you can link it anyway. I don't care, but I think you're talking about the edited video, not the live stream. I mean, maybe if he links the video, I can find the live stream or whatever. You can always ask. I mean, I could ask, but...
Why would ultra-conservatives like...
Oh, no. Why did this open in an incognito? We're probably the worst squad in the game.
What's going on, baby? We back with another
RDC World Gaming. So this guy just vibes and plays random stuff. Well, this guy really plays random stuff. Hold on. Recent broadcasts. Oh, this is WoW, right?
Go. So, the bottom right here. So I'm gonna tell y'all. Yes. I'm going. Look. Come on. I'm coming.
All right, they're vibing, they're learning, they're new, they're doing the campaign.
Oh, Dez, okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
They're dueling.
No, don't go downstairs.
Oh yeah. There's another blue. Yeah.
Oh, they just did it because they got paid. Okay.
It won't let you invite me?
Okay.
You appearing offline?
Now I understand.
Alright,
I understand now.
Yeah, I'm already in here.
Make chat smaller.
I mean, where's this other footage though?
Please make cam and chat smaller. Okay, well, too big. Alright,
Yeah, you covering the health bar.
That mud really tough.
Bro, I respect this hustle though. This like being able to just like stream for only a couple hours and like jumping games back and forth and stuff. Like I'm way too stupid when it comes to that. I wish I like had the confidence to do that. Off stream? I mean, yeah, that's what's wild. Is it might be off stream. But why? I don't know. Is this like, why is it showing black? I'm just interested in this for my own thing. Why is it's showing Black Ops for 6 minutes? All of, what even? Black Ops again? They're in the settings? Huh. I don't know. I don't see any. I mean, maybe it was off stream, I guess. To me, it doesn't make any sense. Like, these guys are kind of like content guys. Why would they not do it on stream and then make a video of it? But I don't see anything else. Like, this is their paid WoW stream or whatever. Alright, let's watch it play Rocket League. Rocket League is so sick. Oh, let's watch. Okay. Okay. What's this downtime for? Bro, why do chatters ask that? Like, first of all, I don't fucking know. Second of all, like, what does it matter what Blizzard's doing? Or you like help out their server maintenance or something? I always see people ask like why there's downtime. I guess you're probably asking if there's like a big patch or something. That's probably why. They're like, oh, is there some big patch that I didn't know about? But in my mind, it's just funny because I'm just like, what are you gonna do? Go help them out? To estimate the length? That's true. But I mean, it just tells you in the launcher. I assume that's where. I mean, it's one thing if you have to go to Wowhead, but I mean, I assume everybody knows about the launcher. Like, reading Madge, maybe. Rocket League owns though. Rocket League is so sick. Some people know. I'm not a knower. Anyway, shout out to Metro and RDC again for the. That was some sick content actually. Let's see. Oh, we got Potty C, we got Dorky Guardian Druid Guide. Nothing really that's like watching. Damn, Day 9 replays the StarCraft campaign. I did that recently. I know you guys can't see anything. More Day 9 vibing. Day 9 vibing is actually sick content. Watch RLCS. Rocket League actually owns. I'm a big Rocket League fan. I'm like not that good, but controller dead. Yo, Holy Naked, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. What am I playing next week? Probably Dispriest. Let's watch Azimus. Does he have any good retail videos? The problem with Azimus is he's a big classic Andy, and I feel like he makes retail people ragey. Like that one video about War Within where he's just falling asleep through the campaign the entire time. When actually I think most people like the campaign, or at least it was better received. Dota finals. I kind of want to like randomly play a game of Rocket League. How come also my drop spanner? What are my recently played games on Steam? I can't even open my Steam. TI Finals? There's no way the TI... Wait, is the TI Finals on? Wait, is it actually TI Finals? The International 2024. Look at the brackets. Oh, it is. What are all these teams? What's Team Liquid? Oh, wow. Insania's... Holy shit. Insania is still playing. I don't recognize any of these other people, though. Insania was really good at Han. Who else is there? Team Falcon. Crit, Snaking, Owie. Damn. This team did pretty well. So who's in finals? Liquid versus who? Where's the bracket anyway? Why is this such a mess? Oh, right here, okay. Demon Gladiators. I don't know any of these people. I haven't watched Dota in years. Oh shit, servers are up. Top saying servers are up. He's about to play Rocket League. I had my controller ready. I was literally about to boot up a game. Quinn is CCNC. Okay, yeah, that I know that name. Record maintenance time. Well, it's not like a normal weekly reset. Tell us what changed. Nothing changed, don't worry. Yeah, when they say it's an hour, it can be very short, because an hour is like the shortest they'll ever say. But if it's ever more than an hour, that's when you need a monk ass. Let's turn off rare scanner. When is the reset? It's in like 42 minutes, right? I need to delve. Maybe, do I have keys on Jangbi? I have another set of keys? Am I just a mage delve main? Maybe I do another set of mage delves. Just to get a little bit of gear on Jangbi. Maybe we'll play him some. Big push day on Tuesday. Well, the problem with pushing keys early in the week is everybody's raiding. So like, basically Tuesday is like servers come up and then we do keys and it's really fun, and then as soon as people start having to raid, then you can't find anybody to play and it's really annoying. My friend is an enhanced shaman and having troubles. Do you know any good streamer or YouTuber? I don't know, but maybe chat knows. Also, enhanced shaman, from what I heard, is like pretty hard. So if they don't want a super hard class, maybe trying Ellie or another spec might work. Why am I not trying Ret? I don't know. I don't really play that much DPS, but people like watching my mage, and I think mage is like different enough that it's fun to learn. Like my goal is to like learn and have fun. It's not really to, you know, what's the most optimal DPS or whatever. Yo, Karate Smith, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Stop flying around and get in a delve. Well, I'm waiting for the bountifuls to reset. I've done all 4 of them already, actually. I'm just waiting for the bountifuls to reset, but I'll do another 4 on Jangbi probably. Oh, did you miss the Jangbi content earlier? It was a little bit tough, but I soloed all of them on like whatever last week's gear. It wasn't too crazy. My fire arcane? I'm arcane. I wanted to learn frost, but chat was very ragey about me playing frost, and they instead wanted me to play arcane. Oh shit, I think I got all my sparks on Jangbeat. I guess last week was like really easy. Oh, I don't have Valor Stones. Holy jinx. Rooting for Valor Stones. I prefer Farseer or Totemic. I've been liking Totemic more, but I think both are good. Maybe I'll do like an Arakara for fun. Can I get into groups as this level DPS, by the way, or no? Oh shit, Amateur, thank you for the YouTube member. I appreciate it, friend. So is 589 not good enough to get into groups anymore? Make your own group? That's a good point. Dungeons. Alright. Holy shit, 605 tank. Now I'll have a chat group. Well, I don't mind that much. I'm not trying to... Holy. Yeah, well, that was fast. What do I think the end of season meta will be after all tuning and any reworks? Holy. Hold on, let me consult my magic 8 ball. I decided, by the way, that my new when people ask me what the meta is melee cleave and resto shaman, and then whatever tank you can invite. I think that's gonna be what you should play in pugs, and that's gonna be my official. That's what's meta. I think you just invite like whatever melee DPS and it's good. Just play like Fury, Enhance, Ass Rogue, Frost DK, even Havoc, like anything, any of that 3 I think is good. No love for Windwalker? Yo, you spec Andes are the worst. Sorry for not naming every single melee spec when I said 3 melees cleave. How do I reduce the size of the bottom right externals defensives? Whatever size I pick is unchanged. Well then you're changing the wrong thing. Like, you have to make sure you have the right indicator selected in, the indicators tab. You go indicators, externals, defensives. And then is it this? Width height right here. Excel actually good? I've been enjoying it. It's been a pretty done everything I needed to do at least.
Defensive.
My orb missed. I want to thank you for showing me how cool GeoGuessr can be. I'm now quitting M+ and delving and dedicating my life to Geo. Yo, that's sick. Did I make the switch? I'm playing this priest in raid. Not sure what making the switch means, but
Defensive. Defensive.
where's my sack root? Fury looking good for DPS. Yeah, Fury is kind of owning. I know they're getting nerfs in the next patch. For their AoE, I think. Leaks? No, it's already posted.
Incompetent drones. I will end you myself. You'll fall to my swarm.
Holy. Oh no, my touch didn't go off. Okay, I'm wondering how the hell I didn't have arcane charge. Oh, this is... That was the worst. What's the smaller cell CD on left of the name? Oh, one of them's bigwigs and one of them's the weak aura. And I don't... Apparently, you can't disable the bigwigs one. You have to, like, literally delete the folder out of your add-ons or something.
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Dark Empire. Queen Nephris refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Unsolicited and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashcast.
I think the M0s are well tuned. I think so. I think there's definitely a big gap between heroics and M0s. It's a little bit too much, but
The harvest will prevail!
what? I messed up so much shit there. Harvester's Edict. Thank you. I assume Sackbrood is like better, so.
I have many, many wares.
Can reduce the size of the icons to minimum and then hide them in the center of your plate. Where is it? Nameplates, cooldown, text settings. Is that this? Reduce the size and alpha of the icon. This, oh, icon settings. I'm dumb. Excuse me. Have a hostile target which is attackable. Is Druid healing not so great in M+, or am I just stupid? Might be both. I would say Druid, like, in terms of keeping health bars up, is probably one of the weaker classes, and it brings, like, high damage and utility and other stuff. But in terms of just raw, like, pushing health bars up, yeah, it's definitely on the weaker side. The target dummies? Well, they're all neutral, aren't they? Why is every single mob neutral? Oh, well, it said hostile when it popped up as a thing. No test icon. So that's what you do, I guess? Just make it really tiny. Yo, Ectropy, thank you for the 2-month resub. I appreciate it. Are dungeons really melee unfriendly? There's definitely some annoying stuff for melees for sure. David resets in 50.
Speak and be heard.
We'll probably bang out a few delves on the Jing Bizzle once the daily reset happens. I don't know how patron orders work. I'm surprised there's not more of them. Oh shit. First craft, yoink. I mean, I made it 4 stars. That's pretty good. I gotta yoink that first craft though. Because if I don't, someone else will. You guys taught me that. I bricked it. I mean, I made it 4 stars. That's pretty good. You guys taught me that. If I don't brick it, someone else will. Oh, I didn't complete order. I'm wondering, I'm like, why the hell did I not get this stuff? I just hold on to it for 30 minutes just to troll the guy. I'm about to be added to someone's ignore list. Bro, I know you're memeing, but if you put a random public order in with a 2k tip with a spark expecting a 5-star, then I don't know what to tell you. $10k tip. Wait, did you put this in the public order and you got a 3-star? I mean, alright, here's the thing. First crafts are hella valuable. If you stick something in that can be a first craft for people, then people are going to yoink the shit out of it. This one, not so much, but the spark ones, I asked for only 5-star. That's funny. I mean, someone's gonna yoink it anyway. I 100% agree that you don't yoink it. Like, if you just yoink things that are good for you, because if you don't, someone else will. Is it worth crafting PvP? So the PvP item level is dependent on the crafter of it. So if you can make a 5-star PvP item, you get 610. I don't know why you can't put quality on public. Yeah, I mean, that's a Blizzard friction thing for sure. Like, the reason that you can't put stuff on public orders is because they want that friction of having to go into trade chat. Like, they don't want the whole system to be automated. I don't know, I like partially agree. Like, if some guy put if some guy put like some amount of money, like 10K or whatever, and said 5-star, like, I would have a hard, I don't know, I would feel bad bricking their item personally. Like, I mean, you saw me the other day. I don't know if you guys were watching, but I literally just passed on one because I felt bad, and I don't even think he wrote anything in the note. Like, if some guy puts a reasonable tip and says 5-star, like, personally, I'm not gonna do it, but everyone else would. And if some guy doesn't put a tip in there, then I don't really care. I mean, obviously, like, tip is subjective or whatever, but at least send them their gold if you're taking it for a skill up. That's fair. But also, I think it depends on, like, gold. I don't know. Like, 2K, was that 2K tip a good tip? Like, I don't know. That's, you know, you probably can't, like, if you try and get a spark item crafted in trade chat, they're probably going to charge you more than 2K. I guess it's just hard because it's subjective, right? Like, what if some guy puts 2K in there and says 5-star, please? Like, I feel like that's 100% gonna get yoinked. I'm just ragey about getting bricked. No, I feel you. Now, in my opinion, you're not allowed to get ragey because you sent it as a public order. You knew what you're getting yourself into. Every time I send a public order, it's because I'm too lazy, and if it gets bricked, I'll recraft it. Would it be bad for Blizzard to put a tier system? But here's the thing. What I'm telling you is they want the friction. Like, I know you guys can come up with a better system for it being automated where you can do it through the crafting orders, but they don't want you to be able to do the highest level stuff automated. They want people to be spamming in the trade chat, and they want you to have to DM. It's not that they can't come up with a system. It's that they want that. That's just bad design. But, like, that's the whole thing, right? Like, bad design is subjective, but that's the whole debate between classic WoW and retail, right? Is adding friction to a system makes it more interesting socially, but not, like, you know what I'm saying, but not better as a game. Like, an easy example is look at mounts, okay? Imagine they disabled all mounts and you had to walk everywhere. Traveling in the open world and seeing people would be 100% a thing, right? Like, it would enhance the social aspect of the open world by a ton. But people would hate it, right? People would be like, oh, you know, I gotta go to do world quests or whatever, right? And in Classic, you have to fucking walk around, right? Or you get a ground mount that barely goes fast, right? That's just the point. Like, it's a trade-off. There's not, like, you can say I prefer one or the other, but, like, you know, it's not like one is bad and one is good. I guess for Twitch chat, if you prefer it, it's good, and if you don't prefer it, it's bad, and that's just how the world works. But I think about it from a design perspective. Do I read YouTube chat? Yeah, I try. The only thing about YouTube chat that you have to keep in mind is I have combined chats. So I'll show you guys what my chat looks like on my other monitor. I have a combined chat that shows YouTube and Twitch. So, like, sometime, like, for instance, your YouTube chat might be literally recent. And it looked like you're like, oh, I sent this 5 minutes ago. but I will, like, it'll get drowned out by the other chat, if that makes sense. So if I don't answer your question on YouTube, feel free to ask it again. But sometimes I ignore your questions on purpose. If it's a good question, ask it again. But if it's tell me what's a main, then don't ask. Can I? Is it okay? Can I start ship talking people that ask me what's a main? Like I'm starting to get a little sick of it. Like before in my mind, I feel like, oh, these are new people getting into the game, but it's like, bro, pick a fucking character. You know what I mean? Or like the funny thing is when people like, okay, here's the thing, right? If you're like, okay, Growl, what should I main? I like melee healers. I don't like keybinds, and my primary focus is M+, right? Like, okay, I can look at this option, I can look at this, and I can suggest a healer, right? If you actually give me information about what you like or what you dislike, I can recommend something. But like, this is what people do, right? What is a good healer? Or not even, what healer should I play? And then this is some of the information that they give, right? I want to heal. I'm playing World of Warcraft. I'm not good at healing yet. That's it. And like, that's the information they give me. And I'm just like, dude, like, I feel like people, if you just help me out a little bit with the information that you give me, then I can suggest a healer. But when you don't give me any information, then what am I supposed to tell you? So generally, I just roll the dice and pick a random thing when people ask me what's a main and don't give any information. What's a safe eye level to get to for M+ next week? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, you want to be as high as possible, right? Like, if you're saying what's a safe eye level to get to, and you haven't done all your, like, you haven't gotten to either, like, done all your bountiful delves and done all your keys and gotten as far into raid as you can, then you should do that first, right? But I mean, like, ultimately, you're not in that much control over your item level. Like, I would say do as much as you can and send all the upgrades. Because you're competing with everybody else, right? So if you hit 590 and you're like, yeah, that's good for me, I can do M+ at this, like, good luck finding your group, you know what I mean? Do I think good people will do +10s first day? Yeah. I think I expect to have a +10 done before raid on Tuesday. And I think we could even carry somebody. I think, like, well, not carry, but like someone who's not like an M+er. Like, I was thinking about doing, like, some sort of collab with some other WoW player. I didn't end up asking anybody because I'm socially awkward and don't want to bother people, but I thought doing a collab with someone like Peekaboo or like Soda or something on the first day would be really cool to get, like, a time 10. But I'm not asking anybody. Ask Soda, he was up for it. What do you mean he was up for it? You want him to be up for it? I mean, Soda, I'm friends with Soda on Discord. Like, he could DM me if he heard about it or wanted to, but I don't think he... Soda just DM'd me and said we're down. Yeah, we're tight. Okay. Ask NMP, he needs cheering up. Okay, I'm a little random topic to rant about for 4 minutes. I feel like I'm a little bit desensitized from people's clickbaiting videos. And okay, here's the thing, NMP. So NMP, I don't really know that much about him, but I've seen like clips of him and some random stuff. And generally, he seems like pretty funny and like a good, you know, an interesting, like, good creator or whatever. Like, I don't know anything about him that I don't like. And I saw he came out with a video, and it was some sort of like sensational, like, I don't remember what it was. Hold on, let me see. I'll just look at the title real quick. NMP just to show you guys what I mean, so it'll make more sense. Okay, this is it right here, right? So there's a video. I saw this video, and it's called A New Chapter, and it's a face of him sad, right? And normally I would click on something like this, right? Because I know a little bit about NMP, like I'm interested in his content possibly, and I may want to watch it. But like I feel like I get clickbaited so much by videos like this that are just like random stupid shit that I didn't even click on it. Like I feel like clickbait has finally gone too far where I don't trust video titles, and then I don't click on it. But then I'm going to say this now to wrap up, because I always argue with myself in my head and think about things way too much because my brain is fucked up and I have brain damage. But I kind of thought about it, but actually maybe I shouldn't want to click on this because I'm a shitty person and like this is some sort of like drama, right? Like it's my fault anyway for being clickbaited into Omega drama. And like why am I so hungry for drama that I want to click on this video from this guy that I don't really watch that much or at all? Like I've only seen like some videos and some clips. So maybe I deserve it because I shouldn't be clicking on that in the first place. Did I see Peekaboo's video where he got catfished by a dude in WoW? Yeah, that was actually really funny. That was a grade A video. I think I might have saw Max react to it and not Peekaboo, but I don't remember. And that was an absolute banger video. There's some banger PvP videos. I do watch a little bit of it. Not I don't know anything about PvP gameplay stuff, but there are some really good content creators. Peekaboo obviously one of them. Yo, Bucky West, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I seen it live. That's so funny. Get Jengi to the Blitz? No. I'm not, guys. I'm not trying to. I don't think WoW PvP is that fun. Like, playing with somebody who's Omega good and getting carried and bashing noobs obviously would be fun or whatever, but I don't think WoW PvP, like, okay, so I played this game called Guild Wars, and it was way better than WoW PvP ever is or ever will be, and it's just like, I'm spoiled. Like, I will never think WoW PvP is. Did we get a daily reset? Critically acclaimed PvP MMO Guild Wars. Guild Wars Classic? Bro. My dream, like, I don't really care about becoming a good streamer or being rich. Like, that doesn't really interest me that much, but if I could somehow become a giant streamer and make millions of dollars and then just dump it all somehow into reviving Guild Wars, I would do it instantly. Is it this delve right here? Earthcrawl Mines. Okay. What about it is not fun for you? So the biggest complaints I have about about WoW PvP are, number one, the amount of knowledge that's required about all of the different classes and all of the abilities is absurd. And it's like it's like impossible for anybody new to get into the game. And the only thing, like, you would need to like there's just way too many different classes and interactions that you need to know. That's number one. And number two, the raw amount of CC and duration of CC and how little effort it takes to do the CC is just like super off-putting to me. Like the fact that I can go like this, I can walk up to somebody and press Hodge and they're just stunned and they're like for that long is insane. Like, the fact that you can literally just click on somebody and walk up to... And I get that there are counters, like, oh, you can trinket, oh, you can bubble, blah, blah, blah. But, like, the fact that, like, it takes so little skill to just do something that's that impactful, and it's so much more about like knowing what you should press and like knowing the counters to everything. It's just really, really off-putting. And like, you know, talking about like everyone enjoys different things, right? Like for example, right? Let's talk about Counter-Strike, okay? Counter-Strike, I don't really enjoy Counter-Strike. Because why? Because one really important thing about Counter-Strike is being able to click on the other person's head, and I fucking suck at that. And I've tried and I will never be good, right? Does that make Counter-Strike a bad game or dog shit or anything? No, like, I'm just trash and I don't find it fun, right? But part of the reason I don't find it fun is because I'm trash at it, right? So, like, you know, I'm not trying to really shit on WoW PvP, but, like, I just find it negative fun. One thing to me that WoW PvP really I hated, one of the differences between WoW PvP and Guild Wars was that Guild Wars has no instant casts. So Guild Wars has like quarter-second casts that are basically instant, but you still see them on the cast bar and you still see the like ability go off in a way. So like when somebody presses something, you always see that ability. No one ever does something and you need to like know the animation and know what it does to see that it happened. But in WoW, someone can literally press like 3 buttons that are like off global and like, you know, instant cast, and they're just like doing all this shit and you have no idea what they're doing. And you're just like, okay, well, you know, oh, clearly he did this and he ice barriered or whatever, but like, I don't know. To me, it's just WoW PvP Omega lol.
The flame burns for all of us.
Oh, you like a Jangby. I got a flamethrower. Guild Wars 1 PvP, specifically GVG. Oh yeah, GVG was like unfucking real good. And that's sort of why I've always been a fan of Battlegrounds. I think WoW Battlegrounds has more potential than Arenas, personally. But nobody plays it or takes it seriously. But if there was like competitive BGs with like guilds that would like fight with each other or whatever. What is your take on games like WoW and Guild Wars 2 having separate stats for PvP and PvE? Well, I understand people, like, basically, because I was this type of person in Guild Wars 1. If you like PvP in a game, you really don't want a PvE, right? Like, you just want to play PvP and just do your own thing. For PvP-only players, just removing gearing entirely is like way better, right? And the WoW PvP-only gearing system is like sort of a band-aid for that. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine for the most part. I personally don't mind different gearing sets. Oh shit. Hold on, I gotta concentrate, okay? As much as I want to reminisce about Guild Wars, I gotta concentrate. I didn't like Halls as much, but Iway is one of the funniest cheese strats. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely play Guild Wars if you're talking about GVG being good and about Iway, that's for sure. The worst part is Iway was like the biggest joke in Guild Wars, and it still shits on like any PvP that WoW has. Everyone in Twitch chat would just be Iwayers for sure. Iway was basically like, imagine if you could queue RBGs, but with only melee DPS. And you would just go into RBGs with 10 melee DPS and just zerg down idiots. And then that was the whole game. Does my gift sub not work or allow me to use my Waggo profiles? It should. You need to link your stuff with the Waggo app, and then it might take a little bit too. Like if you just received one or whatever, it may take a little bit of time. You might try resyncing your Twitch account or whatever. It might make it go faster. But I just don't know when you got the sub or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Also, check out the video in the description of the app or the FAQ in my Discord if you have any problems, because that may or may not be question number 1.
Greetings, outsider.
Look around.
Yo, Liver Flap, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Yo, thanks, Liver. That's very nice of you, friend. Thank you for the support as well. I appreciate it.
Those things will summon Rubians. Don't stand in them.
Where's GeoGuessr hype? I mean, the World Cup is over, friends. Does the flamethrower do more? Wait, does the flamethrower do more damage if you're a DPS? That just did so much damage. No, but I think it does. Maybe not. Okay, that... Or is it split or something? Also, I'm just dead. I don't really know. I probably needed to, like, lust that or something. There's just way too many mobs for me to live. I didn't have, like, health potion or anything. Do guilds do splits with locked characters? So there is something that's going on right now where you get warbound gear even on locked characters, and so everyone's talking about right now the fact that you just are people can spam do the raid even with locked characters to get warband gear. But no, you don't normally do splits because you don't get gear. Yo, Division, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Get the food buff? Oh, yeah. I always forget about it. Bang. Does it feel like there's an above average number of critical bugs? It definitely got sent a little undercooked, this expansion. But critical, I think, is a rough word to use. Because, like, in my opinion, I don't even think the severed threads rep thing is anywhere close to critical. Yeah, I would call it more tomfoolery than bugs. Oh, it's a software. Yeah, you might be right. Um... I think you guys are taking it too seriously. Like, I think critical is like a specific word that's used in programming. Have I tried Delvate solo as Resto Shaman? Yeah. I've soloed Shaman, Evoker, Disc Priest, and now Arcane Mage. What level's my brand? He's 38 max now. But I haven't done anything specifically to get him that way. Like, he's... Was it slow or okay? I don't know. It was fine, I guess. Like, all healers are gonna be a little slow, but... I've heard tank is probably the easiest. Healer, I think, is pretty easy. It's just slow at times. But healer is nice because, like, anytime you make mistakes, you just heal. And then you're fine, you know what I'm saying? How do you not pull thread as a healer? I mean, I have thread almost the whole time as a healer. How many maps have I got? Oh, I don't know. Probably like 2-ish on average per character. Fucked up. Ready to farm keys? Nope. You'll be able to buy them next week. If you get like, I think you need 10 ringing deeps rep, and then you have like some resource that you can buy them with, but you can't buy them right now. Not gold, but do you run healer brand? No. I don't run healer brand with anybody. I tried a little bit of healer brand, but I don't know. I didn't really like it, even with mage. The problem is most things that are difficult with mage, you'd rather just like let Brand face tank rather than expect you. Like, he just is too big of a fucking idiot. Problem. Like, you face tanking and then depending on Brand to heal just doesn't really work. Like, generally with bosses that I struggled with on mage, I would just let Brand get aggro for a little bit, and then I would just kill the boss. Because, like, even with Brand healing you, it felt like you don't really, like, live. How do you get Brand to tank for you? You literally just pull the boss and then sit there, and then just live. And let Brand hit it for, like, 30 seconds. It might be easier with mage because you have more abilities to deal with threat. But also other classes have like more ability to heal or whatever. I guess I have a health potion. My mage is 590. I basically, all I did was do my 4 delves before reset, and then reset happened, and now I'm doing another 4.
using that move?
This is basically Torghast. Yeah, it's like Torghast, but no powers. But you don't have to do it. Just like a little gearing challenge thing you can do. Good for like alts or whatever. Alright, give me a map. Give me a map. Damn it, man. Where's my map? Give me a one-hander. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Just as good. Stonks. Yo, Lovin' Gaming, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. It feels like you have to do it, but that's only because there's no M+ and there's no Mythic Raid. Literally in 3 days, it's gonna, or like 2 days, it's gonna be, you don't have to do it. The highest rewards are from level 8 delves. And you get 603 gear. And there's a random chance that you get this map item that lets you get a 610 piece at the end. If it's level 8 or up to 610, I should say.
I will do my duty.
I'm gonna save that, I guess. I have no Valor Stones. Would eye level do plus 10s drop? I think, what, 613? Does that sound right? Do you get better than map gear? That you can farm. But I mean, 10s will be... I don't know. I guess I'm interested to see. I don't think they'll be super challenging. I actually think doing a 10 next week will be not as bad as people like as it's been in previous expansions. Well, it's hard to say because the goalpost changes a little bit. Is the map item hero track? Yeah, it's 1 of 6 hero track. Is there a campaign quest? I don't think so. I think it's just 5 of 5, unless I'm misremembering. Doing 10s on the first week of BFA? Yeah. I mean, it's just different every time. Because BFA, you only had to do 10s, but 10s were, like, pretty tough. Shadowlands was, like, the easy... Was Shadowlands the easiest? I don't remember. And then Dragonflight was a little bit different because you had to do 20s. But, yeah, I don't know. If you don't have keys, do you do delves? I don't. The only reason to do them would be for the cosmetic rewards or for your weekly vault, if you really cared about that. That's like sort of an alt thing. But I mean, if you like, if you're doing them for your weekly vault, you may as well get keys. Dungeon spam? Yeah, probably. I mean, Valor Stones just aren't really that easy to get right now, unfortunately.
looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
So we're doing all the side quests only if you care about getting renown. Or doing the quest achievements like Lore Master or whatever.
Look around. There's
Look around.
nice find.
Secret treasure? Bro, there's no way this is a treasure. Use the AoE on it. What did it just hit me with? Dude, what in the fucking world is that?
Found a bit of gold. That's more like it. Do you think +8 delves are too easy considering a healer main like you can do them as DPS with zero problems? I think difficulty wise they're pretty close to being okay. As I am about to get one shot. How many bountiful can you do per day per character? 4. There's 1 in each zone. Once you do them, once they go away. Level do you need to match tier 8 for gold? I don't know. Not very high though. I think. How's the HPL looking for high M plus? Pretty good. They're getting nerfed next week. So that kind of feels bad, but I think they're mostly fine. Guess they're getting damage buffed. Yeah, delves reset when like the daily reset happens. Yeah, I was talking about the undercoins. Dude, what? Hold on, hold on. Chang B strats. Yo, Jamali, thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate it. Is it a big deal or will damage compensate? I mean, damage doesn't compensate for healing. But the trade, that's for sure. If you're doing delves, you'll probably be happy with the trade. It's a buff to Avenging Crusader? Yeah, I did the math on stream yesterday. Like that, the Avenging Crusader changes nothing. It's basically like, it's supposed to be a wash at least. Brand. Didn't receive a spark? What do you mean? Like, did the spark quest and it says you get it and then you just didn't get it? Is this guy True Sight? He... Okay. No, it's not time to go all out. There's one spider, you fucking idiot.
Loads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
And like... Brand's just not doing anything. Come on, give me a map. Oh, a woo item. Okay. But I need that. Oh man. Legs. All right. Oh shit, bandages? I didn't even know bandages were still in the game. What level is my brand? He's level 38. It's like the highest you can get right now. But I mean, I didn't do anything to level him. He just got that level doing it for doing delves on my ults. My party frames are sell. Weaver cloth bandage. Holy. Is Jane be a bandage main? That's fucking sick, actually. Configuring your layout, but it seems dragonflying commands aren't taking over bar 1. They should. I have not heard of that yet. Yeah, 38 is the max level your brand can be. As far as I know.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Great outfit. See you next time.
Underwater mage. Okay, I guess this guy just doesn't have a nameplate anymore, or that is a bit.
Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
Yeah, I've done heroic raids on stream. We've done all of them. Hey, Brandon, you want to fucking play the game? Or are you just gonna hang out up there? Get out of the way!
Found a bit of gold. Your mana is looking low. Take a break. Look for the bubbles and get some air.
Okay. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. Somehow I tried to sneak and get the bubble without going in the circle, and I went in the circle and didn't get the bubble. Bran is bugged for me? Yeah, Bran is literally the biggest stinking pile of dog shit ever. He literally just does nothing permanently. It's so trash, and it's the only reason why delves are so hard.
Look for the bubbles and get some air.
Also, I'm like convinced that all the people that are saying Bran pops off play tank. There's something to do with tank where you can just like sit there and Bran just fucking owns.
All right. Oh, my health potion wasn't on cooldown.
Look for the bubbles and get some air.
I'm already bored. I don't know if I'll make it to season 1 start. Bro, it's in 2 days. You'll be alright, I promise.
Look for the bubbles and get some air.
Yo, Bubble Crazy, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it.
Look for the bubbles and get some air. Let's have a quick sit down to recover.
I haven't logged on in 2 weeks. Not sure I will. I mean, if you don't like, I don't know. Okay, I guess. If like this is really that unfun for you that you just don't even want to play the game or log in, or your guy's like 570 item level or whatever, like, you know, again, either you're dorky or don't really enjoy the game.
Look for the bubbles and get some air. You won't hit us with that one.
I don't know why I thought invising it would work, but did not. Also, I have 1 life. I didn't even mean for all that to pull. I just tried to pull 1 mob, but
Apparently I pulled the whole delve. Yo, Beldemort, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. No lifer M plus crowd. I don't know. I feel like there's a subsection of people that think they're dorky, but I don't think there's really that many of those people. Wait, there's still more? Bro, man, what? No, it's not! You fucking idiot.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
Yo. Shy, my beloved, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. My brain is just tiny.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
Yo, Fenrir, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. You go Frost and Delves. I don't know how to play Frost.
Look for the bubbles and get some air.
To just go over here. Can I find where Light of the Martyr debuff is? Well, if you want to turn off a debuff, you need to blacklist it. You don't look for it. The list of debuffs shows the blacklisted, not the. You need to find the. You need to find the spell ID for it and add it to the blacklist. Bill Doinkum, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Bran, you are literally worthless. Where are the bubbles? This up so bad. Bran!
The answers are here. I can feel it. Look for the bubbles and get some air. You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
Oh no, you ban this guy. Anyone else have any suggestions what I should do?
You'll find me where... Look for the bubbles and get some air. Time to go all out. Look for the bubbles and get some air.
Where is the air? No, no, Bran, no. Jeez, man.
Stand back while I clear this away.
Come on, give me a map. Give me a map. Damn it. I got a cape already, haste verse. Next week we get on plus. Yep. What are these commands you guys are? What do you expect these commands to do? Exclamation point Dorkin. Yeah, I should have known that was coming. Well, let's... No. Pug heroic brood twister in Sulkin Court. Holy. Yeah, doable but rough for sure. Nice, treasure room entered. We did it, guys.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
Give me that food buff. How did I come up with the waffle cat thing? We'll see. There's a very super secret, articulate, really good reason story behind it. But I'm not going to tell you right now. What do I do if my girlfriend cheated on me with my raid leader / M+ tank? Guess move on. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Like, I don't know, everyone hates losing a good tank, but you'll find another one. I know they're hard to find. Jeez, man. Hardcore run this time? No. You gotta, Jangby's gotta learn somehow. You don't want to put this, this is supposed to be chill content for casual players like Jangby. and it isn't retail yet. Ventor suggested it, and I'm like, I am a classic main, so the idea of bandages actually kind of. So I immediately got them, and I remember to use them because I'm a classic main. I don't know how the catalyst system works. I've heard every week, and I've heard every other week.
There's treasure close by.
I guess. You can get tier P vaults, either delves or M plus.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest. Get out of the way! Don't go dying on me!
Right. Forgot there was 3 casters in that pack. Alright, that was a death skip.
Come here and recover some of your mana.
You know what affix is gonna be? No. The affixes are like pretty chill now though. Anything you have to worry about much? Jangby's been pretty unlucky with maps. About to have done 8 delves and no maps. Hey. Long. Full maps. Just? Not bad. We actually were pretty lucky with loot though. Pretty sure I got 7 different pieces. Actually 6, because I got an offhand and a weapon. But I mean, like, that's fun. Maps give you, it's a 610 item level like hero track piece if you get them from a level 8 delve, but it's just totally random. Oh no. Tired, did you?
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels. He'll like you. Good fortune to our friends.
I lost track of where I was there for a second.
Loads of forgotten knowledge.
It's the weekly quest.
Travel safe. Truth is out there.
Trinket. Good. Don't understand brands. I think you're supposed to kill it, but I don't know for sure. And I'm just gonna save my Valor Stones on this guy. I don't want to upgrade stuff. Still have a lot of 580s. Bitch. Suck. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I had to take care of something. Captain Rogers, what are you doing? Man. Guy who thinks I wouldn't see. Guy who thinks I wouldn't see. I think I got him. Okay. Okay, so we got our delves done. X2 on Jangy. Gonna do some M0s. Let's see, what kind of keys do I have? Complete 8, so I only need to do 8 delves for a max thingy. What professions have been most profitable? Not really too much. I think I've sunk a couple $100,000 into inscription to make staves. And then that's about it. But Jangby's staff shop will be available soon. Will I be doing a guide for Mistweaver? Probably not. Howley Elden Ring. Yeah, I'm just gonna make 636 weapons on all my guys next week, probably. Or at least the guys that I care about. Yeah, I don't really care about making money crafting. I'm just doing it to be able to make stuff. Full run. Alright. Dude, life is tough. Can't get invited to groups as 593. Alex Zito, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. maybe Arakara specifically is hard to get into because everybody's just like Omega applying this stuff. Shit first only. I mean, I kind of want like the Valor Stones and stuff. UI packs don't have a cast bar. I just use the in-game cast bar. I don't have a custom one. I don't know. Maybe we do make our own group. I don't know. It feels kind of bad though. I'm surprised. I guess I'm assuming it's just Arakara that's like this. But this is pretty rough out there. It's more fun for us if you do viewer. It's more fun for the 4 people that get into the group, and then it's less fun for the 2,000 people that are watching. Generally how I feel about viewer keys or viewer runs. But if we have to, I guess. What CC do disc priests use? You can just fear it. Psychic Scream or whatever. Is there a CDR talent for that? Oh, I posted heroic. Oh, whoops. Oh. You guys want myth? the Jang B. Yeah, we've been playing our mage a little bit. Our other guys are pretty much done or whatever. Not done, but like I don't know. There's not really a point in like min-maxing. Like my priest is done because that's like my raid main, and then my other guys like I don't know. They'll be fine for starting M plus. And I don't really feel like doing silly stuff to like get M0 gear or whatever when I'll just be able to gear them next week. I'm playing disc for keys. Have I pulled the trigger on my crafted gear? I'm just not gonna bother wasting anything until I can make it with Mythic Crest. But my guild can clear all of heroic, and I'm confident I can do 10s without it. So that's the only reason I'm saving. But in my opinion, if you're like in a guild like that, or you can do 10s on the first week, then shouldn't be listening. Anyway. Liquid 1 Ti? Oh shit. Kinda hype.
Defensive.
Thanks for introducing me to GeoGuessr. No problem, friend. I've actually had several people mention it today. Yeah, the World Cup Finals is so cool. It's such a cool event. It's like by far the most underrated esports like event or whatever. I think if I was ever like a video essay guy for YouTube, I would do a video essay about GeoGuessr. Maybe I could. That might be a fun project or whatever if I'm bored. Seeing the YouTube recommends, yup.
Defensive.
I'll mega scuff my opener. Arachnid Soul Cleaver. Ever lucky.
What comp do you think will be most dominant? Oh yeah, that's all people do is play their raid mains. I don't have a weak order pack for dungeons. I just have one that I made or whatever. But it's not really like a dungeon weak order pack, it's just kind of like my own thing. Yo, Sporn, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Non-verbal stream, bro, I'm concentrating. I can't just play Arcane and like read the chat. It's not like I'm playing healer.
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Neferis refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Ansurat and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkaet.
No leftovers. Sunday.
The harvest will prevail!
I'm... Alright, so I'll explain what happened. For some reason, I was unsure that the blink would get me out of the route. So, my mage brain thought to myself... This was actually my thought process, by the way. I should blink and then save a global so that I can DB the route just in case the blink doesn't work. Think for a second how that thought process, how little sense that makes. But that's what went through my head there. Blink. Blink. We tried. Harvester's Edict. Harvester's Edict. That's what I got last run. Thank you for group. Alright, this might be a dumb question. Can you use DraftKings in the US? I mean, certainly, right? Because it's like sports betting or whatever. Like poker, you can't do that. That's not a game of skill, but esports. Oh no, I bet can... Log in. Hold on. Sign up. It's not letting me. Is it because my password isn't good or whatever? The main reason I'm asking is because someone was talking about race to world first bets or parlays or something. And I thought that would be Pog. Have you seen the Asian Andy video? Yeah, that video owned. I mean, it got reacted to by Asmongold recently, but I remember seeing it when it first came out, and it's fucking hilarious. Scan ID, bro. Bro, DraftKings is so annoying. All these legal hoops are like so annoying. It's asking me to deposit, bro. Can I just look at your website before you take my fucking money? Holy shit. Stop gambling? We'll just make it illegal then. In my opinion, you shouldn't, but... Wait, so whoever said... Wait, it's not even on there. So whoever said there's a world of... Like, a race to world first parlay, they just completely made that up? Why would they... I don't even get it. That wasn't even a good troll. It just got me excited about it, and it's not there. Oh shit, StarCraft Brood War matches? That's kind of sick. Esports. They have Warcraft 3 on here, but they don't have World of Warcraft. Alright, I guess no betting for me. I got excited. Sorry for the delay. Let's see. I only really need a couple items that are not 580. Maybe I will do this. Maybe we'll just get a couple keys on Jangbi. Can I make the theater real quick? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Someone said something about like, oh,
What path brought you here? Turn 5.
someone said something about making a big parlay for Race to World First, and it sounded fun as hell. But I think he was trolling. Oh yeah, parlay sounds like hella good. Parlays are never fun. They are always fun. What do you mean? Actually, they're not always fun. They're not fun after you lose them, but they're fun when you're making them and then beforehand.
Our forged paths intertwine.
Speaking of gambling degenerates, there's this guy I started watching on YouTube. I have to watch more of his videos. My roommate turned me onto him. His name is like Corey Earring or something. Corey something. And I don't really fully understand. Like, I don't know how much of it is a bit or how much of it is real, but he basically, like, goes to Vegas and just, like, I don't know if he, like, thinks he's a poker pro or wants to be a poker pro or is like it's a pure bit, but he's basically just like borrowing money and then like trying to gamble and then like getting further in debt, and then he's like paying like a full-time video editor to like follow him around and like take video of it, and like it's actually like very well edited and put together. And I don't know, it's like actually a pretty interesting YouTube channel. But I mean, he's not very good at poker. See those guys at the Hard Rock all the time? Yeah, sounds about right. Who is it? It's like Corey Earring or something. Earring? I don't remember exactly how to pronounce or spell his name. But he basically just like, at least from what I'm watching, he just like permanently borrows money and then just like he's not even like playing high stakes or like, I guess like like high stakes for some people or whatever, but he's just playing like 2-5 and like 5-10 and just like borrowing money. He's not like I mean, it's funny to me because he's young, right? Like I remember when I was young, I thought I was the worst person in the world when I owed people like $4,000. Like basically I played poker online and then I got my money locked up and then I was borrowing money from people and I owed like a few $1,000s and I fucking hated it. And I thought like I was the biggest scum of the earth and I felt so bad for it. And then like you get older and you realize like, number one, that's not really that much money and that's a very easy hole to dig yourself out of. And then number two, like if someone borrows you money, like they kind of understand the situation that you're in, right? Like most people who lend you money are not just like, oh, you know, expecting to get it back tomorrow or whatever. Like that's a lot of money. Well, maybe you guys are young too, but I don't know. Like the feeling of like owing thousands of dollars is like, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's like similar in this guy's situation. Like I think he's like 23 or 24. That's some addict cope. Okay, look, I'm not talking about like, oh, I'm not talking about the full like borrowing money to like gamble with or whatever. Like that's not, I'm just saying like from a general perspective, when you owe thousands of dollars and you're broke, it feels like a lot worse than it actually is. What I'm saying. I'm not saying you should borrow people's money and gamble. I guess this is one of those things where like Twitch chat just thinks of their own experiences rather than what I'm saying or whatever.
Hope you brought. Watch my back while I commune with the machine.
How rich are you that $4,000 isn't a lot? It's not about being a lot. It's about like in the grand scheme of things that like when you're broke, $4,000 is like so much money. But the actual amount of time that it takes to earn $4,000 and pay it back is not really that crazy. That's what I'm saying. When you're broke and you don't have a way to get money, like yeah, $4,000 is like, you know, but if you have a job, it's 3 hours. Okay, well, not all of us are you. Okay, but it.
Less than a second, I'm Bezo.
Time to fix. Watch my back while I commune with the machine.
The Legend of Jangi, yep. I don't really know why I'm doing this. I'm just kind of fucking around. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm doing this because there's no way I'm going to do more than 4 more delves. You get good gear for this? No, I was doing it for a key. My goal was to get 4 keys, so in case I wanted to do another day of delves tomorrow, I'll have them. But, I already have 4 keys. I guess technically you get slightly better gear. I think you get okay gear for this. I think I already have the mount, actually. I already got my 3 maps this week. You can get infinite maps. There's no map limit. But I don't think you should be farming delves purely to get maps unless you want to. What item is the loot and what tier should I do and use the key? The best tier item-wise is 8 or higher. You should always use your keys 8 or higher. What class am I gonna having the most fun on? For raid, I really like this priest. M plus probably evoker.
Hope you brought. Watch my back while I commune with the machine.
For my thoughts on Mistweaver, it's pretty good. Not quite like useful enough to be in like top level keys, but they a very good healer. Asto Druid, probably has like the best utility and damage of every healer, but the worst healing. How geared were people in the beta keys? It was 626 was the gear, but keep in mind, like, at least of our friend group or whatever, we were doing 12s, and the difference in difficulty between 10s and 12s were like massive.
Come tank for me on your warrior while I heal. My earthen warrior or whatever. Wasn't that before the 12 affix was even working? Well, it was damage wise. The 12 affix always worked for HP, but didn't work for damage.
Let's get this done. Watch my back while I commune with the machine.
The mole man. Can I find the name of the website you used to check your achievement? Wasn't it called like WoW Achievement or something?
Measure twice, cut once.
The dude's channel I watched? Oh, that's Metro. One Azeroth TV. The name of his channel.
Time to fix things.
Keep getting more keys. Don't, like, just stop doing delves. Trust me, just stop doing delves. If you're not having fun doing them, or you're not like gearing a scans, bro, you're gonna become a mole person, man. Just stop doing them. Like, look, if you're having fun doing delves, then that's fine, but like, if you're doing delves and you're not like, oh, this is fun, then stop doing them. No reason to do it. It's kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, experiencing delves as a new, you know, like, I've never played this character before, in my opinion, has been kind of fun on mage. Setha XD, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. How would you level ults from 60 to 80? Well, 70 to 80 is just like probably dungeon spam. You could do the campaign, like, I don't know, I don't think it matters too much. Depends on, like, if you can get fast queues and how the dungeons are now. From 60 to 70, like, just, like, previously, I'd probably just, like, do whatever quests. Can you do, like, chromie time? Is that how that works? Like, if you're at level 60, can you just, like, go to chromie time and do a campaign or whatever? How does that work? Dragonflight dungeons give tons of XP. You get like 2 levels per dungeon. Okay, so I guess maybe just dungeon spam the whole way then. Ventor is just a battlegrounds main. What are you even what are you even doing in BGs? Dead. Yo, AF Reaper, thanks for the YouTube member. I appreciate it. My week order pack, it's from a guy, I think Grumpy Murloc is his name. It's like a fork of Afinar's. Mine's a little different, it's like a little modded, but you'll find if you like the way it looks or whatever. No, I didn't tag it. Fuck. Should use Arcane Orb. If I decide on what healer to main, I'm gonna be playing this Priest and Raid. And then for dungeons I'll probably just look and see what's good after that. But did I already do this? I think I already did this. I don't know when I did this or why I did this, but I'm pretty sure I did. Yo, just Beachy, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. I'm gonna help somebody do first boss, Grimbit's Hole again for a trinket. Get Bisque Caster trinket on Paladin. Yeah. I mean, I just gave it to Jelly. That's really good for mage, I think. Princess is my favorite healing fight. Is that Kyvexa or whatever with the portals? I think Kyvexa. I think all the fights were pretty fun for healing. I didn't give it to your boomkin. At the inventor boomkin. What have been my overall thoughts so far on Wrestle Druid so far? Do they need some tuning? Well, they're getting buffed, right? I don't know if you saw the patch notes, but Wrestle Druid's getting buffed starting next week. I think their healing is a little weak, but I mean the problem is with Wrestle Druid, they're good at like everything else. So like if you make their healing on par with every other healer, then they're just gonna be OP again because they bring like Mark of the Wild is really super needed right now. They have really good damage. Like I think unfortunately, like for the balance of things, Resto Druid can't be that strong. But I know Druids don't like to hear that or whatever. Yo, Goliath 916, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Class Discord molding. I mean, the big spot I heard is raid, right? Like if you're a raid healer, it feels bad that that's the case. What I will say though, for those of you who play Druid or are raid healers, is what I'm saying doesn't matter. Like for the most part, Blizzard balances around raid. And so the fact that I'm saying like their utility and damage is too good, that doesn't really mean anything to Blizzard, I think. You know, because that stuff doesn't really bring value in raid. The downside is Resto Druid has always been kind of dog shit in raid. Because I don't know, for some reason, like it's just HPAL and Dispriest always, because they have raid-wide DRs. Like, HPAL, Dispriest, and then, to an extent, Resto Shaman with SLT have been, like, goated healers the whole, like, always in WoW, or for a very long time. But to counter my counter about my counter, when it comes to like every class in raid, it just bring your best players on their best characters. Like I think a lot of people look at Race to World first and think about meta stuff, but in my opinion, that's like really bad for raid. Like in dungeons, it's a little better, but in dungeons you're just like pugging and you're picking whoever, so it's like hard to, you know, understand. Like you don't really know how good somebody is in an M plus, so you just sort of take them based off their score and their eye level or whatever. But in raids, like you know, people are with you for a long time, like you know their skill level and their aptitude or whatever. So like making, like I think a lot of guilds like make people play a class that they're not as good at, or like recruit people because they feel like they need a class. And I'm not necessarily talking about raid buffs, like I get it, you need raid buffs, but like I don't know, I'm trying to think. You know, just like for instance, like looking at Race to World first, right? Well, a big example is like, okay, people like a big thing that a lot of people are like wondering about theory crafting about raid is where you get your raid buffs, right? And we all know that, like, you know, you need one of every raid buff, and you know, you'll be like, well, Race the World First is gonna be like, well, what's the biggest DPS loss? So for example, like, oh, it's really bad to have a druid DPS. That's the biggest DPS loss, so we need to have a bear, or we need to have a resto druid, right? But for every other guild, that doesn't matter. Like, you'd rather just take your best people and bring them and then fill in the raid buffs after. Having, like, you know, not having a boomkin or a feral druid, even if, like, when you have a good person who can play boomkin or feral druid in your guild, is just trolling. Like, and then especially if you have, like, you know, you force your tank or healer to play something subpar and that druid to play something that they're less good at, like, that's hyper trolling, I think. What if everyone in your raid wants to play boomkin? Well, I mean, you need raid buffs, right? Like, you need every raid buff, but my point is, like, okay, if you just have 5 good boomkins in your guild, then just bring every raid buff and just play 5 boomkins. And that's probably, like, fine. It might be a little awkward on some fights, but... Sounds a lot like what happened to me in gang activity. I mean, look, I'm not going to name any names or point any fingers, but, like, I would say that there's a lot of guilds that, like, try and be Race to World First guilds that shouldn't be. And that do things that they, you know, do too many splits when they shouldn't be doing so many splits. Or, I mean, it's hard to, like, you know, value it. Like, just looking at our guild, right? Because I should talk to my guild all the time just because it's funny or whatever. But, like, you know, is our guild good enough to do 3 full splits with other people? Like, not really helpers, but just, like, you know, other people who are giving us loot. It's like, well... No, right? Like, we can't, and we're gonna have to consolidate some splits. But ultimately, like, well, we got a couple extra pieces, right? Like, was the pain of doing an extra split worth the couple extra pieces that we got? I don't know, you know? Some people might say no, some people might say yes. Like, did we spend more time doing stupid splits? Yeah, but then at the same time, it's like, well, I don't know, like, what if I wouldn't have got, like, what if that would have meant that I didn't get tier, right? Like, what if the extra split that we did allowed me to get tier when I couldn't have? Like, I would have said, fuck, like, yeah, we should do that extra split, you know? It was a little bit of a pain, but, like, yeah, I don't know. That being said, I think, that raid that I don't know, you know what? I had fun, I probably had more fun playing H-Pal in raid than Disc Priest. Maybe it was because, you know, we didn't have Omega tryhard healers, so I actually got to, like, do a lot of healing, even though I was dog shit at it, but this version of H-Pal, I was vibing with so hard. I was talking about this earlier on stream, but, like, one of the things that I hate the most about raid healing is very often the best way to play raid healer is just to, like, do huge blanket efficient AoE healing on everybody and not really worry too much about, like, debuffs or people that are in danger. But I hate that, right? Like, I hate the concept of, like, you know, someone is in danger and I need to heal them, but, like, that's an HPS loss. It's, like, sort of like how a DPS player feels if you have to, like, switch targets or, like, do prio damage when you don't want to, right? Like, it feels terrible to, like, have to make that decision. And when playing H-Pal, my top 2 heals are just Wog and Holy Shock. Like, I'm just permanently spot healing on people who are in danger, and it felt so good, because I could just, like, you know... the biggest problem with it is, like, well, part of the reason it feels so good is because Paladin is just OP, right? Like... Paladin is just OP, and it received the biggest nerfs of any healer, and that's why in raid. So I guess, you know, it's a little silly of me to say that, oh, like, you know, this felt so fun because it's OP. Like, the fact that I can do so much AoE healing with so much bot healing is, you know, I guess not how it should be. But the thing is, I don't really mind that, right? Like, I understand that a Prez should beat me by a lot of HPS, right? Or, like, a Disc Priest should beat me by a lot of HPS. Or, like, a Mistweaver, right? If they're just blanketing, healing over the whole raid and, like, ramping, and that's their job, and then I, like, do spot healing, I don't really mind that. The problem is just, like, as Paladin, when you have the option to blanket heal, and that's, like, way better numbers-wise, I don't know, maybe I should just consider that more, like, playing Paladin, but even if blanket healing is better, to just, like, spot heal anyway, because that's how I want to play, is, like, kind of interesting. This... Why is your healing so shit? Yeah, but I mean, like, that very much depends on the guild that you're in, you know? Like, you just have that talk with your other healers in your guild, and, like, if they're not happy with that, then you don't do that. Everyone thinks this metric is important. Well, I mean, the problem, I guess, is, like, the difference between your AoE healing and your single target healing, right? Like, if I have to lose a little bit of single target healing to do spot healing, then I don't really care, but usually the difference is way, way too big. Like, for instance, Disc Priest, like, literally you do nothing. Like, you can, like, spot heal, like, put an atonement on and smite, but a lot of patches that's doing is 0. Yeah. The Light of the Martyr one? Yeah, that's true. And that was, to be honest, that was the last time I played H-Pal in Raid. Restoral for Monk isn't an aura? Let's see. I swear, I want to say I looked at that recently, and I thought it was, but I'll take your word for it. Restoral. What is this? Group size less than... Okay, well, this is what's happening. I don't know why this is a load condition. You're probably in a raid, right? Try going to load and unchecking that. And that'll get fixed soon in my package or whatever. But that's why it just had a weird load condition on there. Should work out after you do that. Wait, I just realized how clickbait this thumbnail is. Wait a second. Yo, DG Wonder, or sorry, Niv, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Look at how clickbait this thumbnail is for Soda's video. I ranked every member of OnlyFans. Maybe this is anti-spoiler, but in the thumbnail, he has Rav in E tier and then Ampy and Vey in F tier. But obviously that's not what he does when he makes the tier. I guess I don't know if it's I guess you could say it's anti-spoiler or whatever, but To me, that's kind of bait. I need to watch that. I did appear in it. I'm happy with my, I'm not spoiling. I'm happy with my ranking. I think, okay, chat spoiled it, but I'm happy with my rank. He didn't really have much to say about me other than I was helpful. But it was a good video. Also, I made one. I made a tier list and I put it in the OnlyFans Discord. Well, it's sort of what started it. I didn't start it, but C-Dank actually posted the tier list. Like, he went through all the pain of getting everybody's picture on there or whatever. And then he posted it, and then I posted a tier list from it. Wait, was this before? Oh, I found it. Here. I feel like my tier list. This was my only thing. I don't know if the text is all legible, but I had to throw some shade at some people. But I feel like overall I was pretty fair. How happy with your ranking? There's Papegas who are ranked above you. I mean, the problem is it has to do with expectation versus reality is part of the tier list, right? Like, if they made it just about WoW skill or whatever, but that's not fun, right? Because there's a ton of cool people who, like, were great for content and were, like, tried hard, but aren't really that good at WoW, and so... Like, as someone who's just, like, an Omega WoW tryhard, I'm pretty capped on how high I can get. Like, I think I was only beat by Sardako, but that guy went out of control and was, like, organizing GDKPs and, like, flew out to their house and shit. Like, there's no way I'm beating that. Have I posted a shaman raid healing guide? Nah. I don't know if I'm gonna do... I don't know what guides I want to do, but I haven't really been... I've just been enjoying streaming. I haven't really been working on YouTube stuff. I just mainly followed the Wowhead guide. Shaman was, like, pretty simple in raid. Muchas is in there? Yeah. He actually listed everybody. So the tier list that he made was, had literally every single so the original idea was of the tier list was like, oh, let's make a tier list to rank everybody's skill or whatever. And so he included every single person that's gotten invited to the OnlyFans Discord currently. But, like, that's cringe. And so I just took his tier list and then edited all the tiers and then added, like, only did it with the OnlyFans people that were playing last time. So there was, like, a lot of people in there that I didn't recognize or that were new or whatever, but Muchas is my boy, so I threw him in there. But most of the other people that were there were in the raid. Yeah, I saw that. Sardaga was in your old M+ Discord. He's been a retail player, I think. He's been, like, copying back and forth. Fuck, I kind of want to raid. Raiding is Dispriest on or HPAL. Also, Ventor was telling me I dodged a bullet avoiding the raid yesterday. Apparently, the group that I was playing with on Friday did another raid on Saturday, except it was not the same quality, which I kind of anticipated. Because, like, I assume that the first raid, everyone's going to bring their good characters and, like, being, like, caring, and then later raids were, like, not as good characters. So I'm just like, fuck that. Say it too loud in my chat will riot. I mean, I think heroic raid's fun. Like, I don't know. I think most people enjoy heroic raid. I think as soon as you have to like be in a mythic raiding guild and treat it like your job, and like bosses take 8 hours of prog, like that's when a lot of people dislike it. Only 8 hours, yep. Is there a way to go back to my old cell profile? It shouldn't delete anything, it just adds the import. So you should be able to just like go into the options and like wherever you have layouts like this, like all your stuff should still be in here. It just adds mine and changes to mine, I believe. And that's how it should work with everything. Like it's not like my stuff is gonna delete. Like that's part of the problem, is that it doesn't delete out any of your stuff. So you have other weird stuff that's already there, and then you install my stuff, and then it might be less useful. My other layouts are gone? Oh, I don't know. That's annoying if that's the case. But I didn't think it did that. I know it doesn't with the other add-ons, because I accidentally imported a bunch of copies of my own. Oh, maybe your layouts had the same name. Well, I remember from talking with Nagi that he had to build a custom import thing for Cell, or I don't know about had to, but did. So maybe that might have something to do with it. By the way, you guys see this? Someone mentioned this in chat. So this is the M+ room where you go to the portals, right? And there's an NPC called Dungeon Exploration Equipment. I think this is. Yeah, it used to be called like Keystone Vendor or something. Gonna be the Valorstone trade-in guy gear for alts? Oh, maybe. That makes the most sense. Change the name of it each week and do nothing. That would be sick, actually. Where did my Twitch name come from? It came from a game that I played before this. But everyone calls me Growl because That was my druid's name. And I guess it's because that's what I introduced myself as. Oh, shit. This pure shit? No, it got a lot better. They like buffed the shit out of it during the leveling week or whatever. It's like pretty comparable to other healers now in M+.
Defensive. Don't understand why pug healers don't like using their DPS buttons. I don't know. Another thing that's kind of funny that I've been thinking about lately is about cat weaving. Because, like, a lot of people talk about, this is, like, pretty common that people say they feel like cat weaving for Druid is particularly hard to do as a healer because it's, like, hard to know how to cat weave, right? And, like, it's hard, you go, like, you can't heal or whatever. I don't really know why, but that's the thing, right? Because I'm thinking about it, I'm like, when people say, like, it's hard to fit in DPS, it's like, well, like, you just cast cat form, you know, and then you can go out of cat form anytime you want. It's not like if you go into cat form and your team is in danger, you're like, oh no, what do I do? Like, you just go out of cat form. But I guess it's just like a mental thing to be thinking about it or whatever. Also, for the record, as a healer, your most important job is keeping your team alive and not DPSing, and you shouldn't be like feeling like you need to DPS when you're worried about keeping people alive. But it does feel like there's a subsection of people who are like against DPSing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we're not really talking about healers that are like beginners who are just like, you know, trying to learn and like don't have their keybinds yet or like have a hard time, you know what I mean? Like, that's not really what we're talking about. Like, I feel like there are healers that have been playing the game for a very long time that just like are doing it out of protest or are just like, I don't know why, but like if you challenge them and say like you're not good enough to DPS, they're not gonna, like, they will disagree with you. Like, they're not saying, oh, sorry, I'm new, like, I'm trying to learn, like, I'm just learning or whatever. Like, that's never, in my opinion, like, if you're flaming somebody like that or upset at somebody like that, like, fuck you, you know? But, like, there are people that are like, I only want to heal as a healer. I don't want to press DPS buttons. And I'm not going to do it, even though I've been playing the game for 20 years. And in some respect, I don't know, it's hard. Like, on one hand, I don't know, I think in general though, like, just play however you want to fucking play. Like, don't listen to anyone tell you how you have to play.
You know, like, if you want, just understand that when you ask people, then people are trying, like, are suggesting what is optimal, right? Like, people are, if you ask people, like, do I have to DPS as a healer, like, they're gonna say you should, right? Like, why wouldn't you? But ultimately, like, you can play however you want to play. What weapon would you say are the best to use Spark on? What do you mean? Just like whatever one-hander you can use. In terms of embellishment, honestly, I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. They're all like the same. I think like Ascended or Ascendant or something is like what it's called. But I haven't even really looked at embellishments. My plan is to, whenever I craft it, to go on the Wowhead guide and look what the best embellishment is, and then do that. Or look at the Race to World First equivalent guide and see what you bring. Oh shit. Yo, I'm kind of owning. Alright, well, good sesh there. Totemic over Farseer. You can play either, it doesn't matter. Whatever you prefer. Any reason not to use Earth Living? Do I have it talented? I don't know, I'm like not paying attention. I just am doing first boss to help that guy's I need a weak aura for it or something. Did you make a staff or save crest or one-hander because you get an enchanted crest from the raid? You should make a two-hander to save crests. Correct. Ideally, if you want to be like 100% optimal with your crests, just wait till you can get myth crests. Like, if you're fully confident that you can get the highest level of crests without a crafted item, then just do that and then get them and then do it. But for a huge majority of players, working up to the point where you can get that is going to require you to just send your items and make crafts and stuff, if that makes sense. Like, if you're in a mythic guild where you're going to be able to get mythic crests and or like you have M plus friends and you'll be able to do 10s like early on, then just wait. But in my opinion, if you're one of those people, like, you shouldn't be asking me what to do with your crafted items anyway. Have I done raid yet at Shaman? What's the fix? Yeah, so basically as Shaman, you just don't want to spend mana on chain heals. Like, or rather, you spend it, but you have to control your casting of chain heals. Like, you should generally speaking, you should always try and get in the habit of using your high tide procs on your totems instead of your hard casted heals. Like, you can still hard cast chain heal, even like with high tide or whatever if you want, but you should only, like, you should be looking, like, you're basically, think of it like this, right? Your mana, you use totemic or your thingy like most of the time, right? Or all the time, like on CD, and then you're using Riptide on CD, and you're using Earth, you're maintaining your Earth Shield, and so like your only mana spender is basically chain heal, so you just have to like use it accordingly, right? Like, you just have to look at your mana, look at the boss fight length, and then just decide if you need, like, if you need to cast chain heal or not. Chain heal is your spender. And so yeah, you want, generally speaking, you can't cast it very much, and then
you know, as you get more comfortable with the fight or no timings, you might be able to do more. Delve Day? No, I'm not. There's no reason to save for next week. I'm not, I'm like done with delves. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna call it for today. My sleep schedule was like kind of messed up, and I'm just like randomly tired, and I don't really know what to do. So my plan is I'm just gonna call the stream and then maybe try and take a nap or something and just see what happens. Reasonable chance that I come online at some point within the next some amount of time. So I'll figure it out. But either way, GG's buds, thanks for hanging out. It's been fun doing delves and chilling and learning Arcane Mage again. We raid Monday night. That's when I'll for sure be streaming Monday night and be doing that stuff, so stay tuned for that for the last couple heroic bosses or whatever. But later, buds, take it easy. See you guys whenever I stream again. Later.